Chapter 2769. Did I say I was going to leave? Zhang Qingyang, could it be the genius with the title of Qingyang Gentleman? Wasn't that guy in seclusion? The bell rang. Many exceptional talents in seclusion have probably come out. Zhang Qingyang must have heard the news, but according to them, Zhang Qingyang seemed to have found Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't dare to meet him. That's normal. Lin Ling is of the strongest generation. He hasn't entered the world of exceptional talents yet. The ancient martial artists in the distance all began to discuss spiritedly. Exceptional talents, especially the current exceptional talents, all of them had entered the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. They were true experts who had left the three great academies. Among them, if they weren't strong enough, they could become exceptional talents in the past and return to the academy as elders, receiving respect. If their strength continued to increase crazily, surpassing all of the exceptional talents, then they could stay in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and exchange pointers with the geniuses of the other 9 provinces. Among the countless geniuses of the 3 great academies, there were no more than 100 exceptional talents who had the qualifications and glory. At this moment, Lin Ling was silent. Moreover, he released his left hand. The last person couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Lin Ling didn't dare to kill him. He immediately strode forward as if he had just survived a disaster. As for Zhang Qingyang and the others in the sky, they coldly looked at Lin Ling. Zhang Qingyang didn't say anything. Instead, the woman beside him played with her nails and said, "Don't think that just because you let him go, we won't care about your mistakes. There are many things that you still have to explain to us. For example, where did my junior brothers from the Holy King's residence go?" Yes. They clearly weren't surprised that Lin Ling had let them go. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the woman. He didn't say anything. Speak. The woman looked pretty good, but her aura was extremely domineering. "Do I have to speak?" Lin Ling finally spoke. "Do you think you have other choices?" The woman spoke again. "Then I'll speak." Lin Ling nodded. He suddenly raised the sword in his hand and slashed down. This slash was aimed at the last person. At this moment, he felt a terrifying killing intent enveloping him. His pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of his senior brother Zhang Qingyang, so he let him go. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. "No, don't. Senior brother Qingyang is here. How can you kill me?" He let out an anxious voice. "Because he's here, you'll die." Unfortunately, the merciless and coldness of the sword. Then, Lin Ling held his sword and walked along the ancient desert sand without even looking at Zhang Qingyang. The pupils of the ancient martial artists who were watching from afar trembled instantly. They had not expected that Lin Ling had no intention of letting that person off. As for Zhang Qingyang and the others in the sky, they were all stunned and speechless for a moment. Zhang Qingyang didn't say much, but this was the second time he spoke. "Did I say that I'm leaving? Let's go to the ancient city and fight." Unfortunately, Lin Ling still didn't look at him. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind as he led the way to the ancient city. He was obviously planning to fight Zhang Qingyang. This decision was undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. Even Zhang Qingyang couldn't react. Soon, his face turned even colder. "What a piece of trash. Senior brother Qingyang, don't be angry. It's not worth it." Beside him, the woman named Carl immediately said. Zhang Qingyang nodded and stepped forward towards the ancient city. He wanted to see what Lin Ling was up to. At this moment, the ancient city was silent. Countless eyes were looking at the young man in the swirling dust. They were silent. As for Elder Emo, he looked at the approaching Lin Ling with a ferocious expression. Zhang Qingyang had arrived. He wanted those 2 dead. He knew that with Zhang Qingyang around, Lin Ling would never be able to kill him. "Emo Lao, do you think he can protect you?" As if he had guessed Emo Lao's thoughts, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. "It's no longer a question of protection. You're going to die in my territory." Emo Lao said word by word. "Then let's wait and see who will die in the end." Lin Ling finally appeared in the ancient city. He raised his eyes and looked coldly at Emo Lao. At the same time, Zhang Qingyang and the others also arrived. Zhang Qingyang ignored Lin Ling and looked at Emo Lao. Mo Lao nodded and said, Zhang Qingyang, I owe you a favor. I'll repay it in the future. No need. You took good care of me during the battle of the Tianyue leaderboard. Today, I'll return the favor. I'll kill him for you. Zhang Qingyang nodded lightly. His words were filled with arrogance. In the past, he was also a member of the Tianyue leaderboard. At that time, he had to look up to Mo Lao. But now, this godlike judge also had a favor to ask of him. This meant that his strength had increased crazily. The bell has rung. I, Zhang Qingyang, have come out of seclusion. Everything is fated. The son of heaven's order, who else but me? Zhang Qingyang's faint voice sounded like the chant of a god. It seemed holy, but there was a hint of viciousness mixed within. Lin Ling stood in the ancient desert and frowned at this exceptional talent. He wasn't familiar with Zhang Qingyang, but he knew that this person seemed to be an exceptional talent of Five Ring City. He was extremely powerful. Although he had defeated many exceptional talents before, they were all exceptional talents of the past. This meant that they were exceptional talents who had been eliminated. They couldn't be compared to Zhang Qingyang. Let me ask you something. Did you kill the people of my martial god camp? However, Lin Ling still wanted to confirm this. However, in the sky, Zhang Qingyang did not look at Lin Ling. Instead, he looked up at the sky. His eyes emitted a strange light as if he could see through the illusory divine bell in the sky. This made Lin Ling frown. He also knew that the other party had noticed the changes in Qing province. However, he asked again, let me ask you something else. Did you use your sword against the marshal's seal before? In the past, when he was saving the red jade tiger, someone suddenly arrived and used his sword to humiliate the martial god camp. Lin Ling had always remembered this matter in his heart. Legend has it that when the Qing province divine bell rung, the universal laws will descend. Strange people and strange things will appear again and again. The one who truly controls the universe is the Son of Heaven. During this period of time, I've always been searching for the mysteries of the Great Tao, but I still can't figure it out. This makes my heart feel as if something is hanging there. It's hard for me to break through to the next realm. Zhang Qingyang continued to ignore Lin Ling and said indifferently, That's why you attacked the martial god camp out of frustration? Lin Ling seemed to have guessed something. Zhang Qingyang actually didn't have any enmity with the martial god camp. It was just that his mental realm was stuck at a bottleneck, so he suddenly attacked. Perhaps he attacked unintentionally to break through the bottleneck. Unfortunately, not only was there no effect, he even caused the death of an innocent person from the martial god camp. Chapter 2770. Primordial Ominous Qi. Zhang Qingyang muttered to himself. His brows furrowed from time to time, and then relaxed from time to time. He seemed to have figured something out, but he seemed to be conflicted. However, his words made Lin Ling's eyes turn even colder. Before he could speak, Zhang Qingyang continued, You don't understand. You'll never understand what the Qingzhou divine bell is, and you'll never understand where the bell chimes come from. Those who know all of this have the qualifications to become the Son of Heaven. His words were vague, filled with disdain for Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. He was the one who had rung the Qingzhou divine bell, and this guy actually said he didn't understand? When it came to the Son of Heaven's fate, how could Zhang Qingyang compare to him? Enough with the nonsense. You only need to ask if you were the one who killed my martial god battalion. Lin Ling unsheathed his sword and began to challenge Zhang Qingyang. Laugh all you want. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know what I'm looking at? Perhaps because of your laughter, you'll only be like this for your entire life. You don't have the qualifications to touch the Son of Heaven's fate. Now, I understand a little. I, Zhang Qingyang, have come out of seclusion for so long, but I've never had a famous battle. Now, Huan Yu has arranged this battle for me. Although it buries my identity a little, killing the strongest generation will still allow me to obtain more Son of Heaven's fate. Zhang Qingyang didn't look at Lin Ling from beginning to end. He was still staring at the illusory divine bell in the sky. He really wanted those divine runes, because he guessed that if he could obtain a strand, he would be the Son of Heaven's fate. This time, Lin Ling finally drew his sword. It's time for your nagging to end. He slashed out. 365 swords pierced through the sky. They didn't slash at Zhang Qingyang, but at the woman beside him called Carl. He didn't believe that Zhang Qingyang could ignore him for long. "How dare you!" Zhang Qingyang's expression changed, and he was completely furious. He was comprehending the Son of Heaven's fate, but Lin Ling had interrupted him. He was really a piece of rat shit that ruined a nest of soup. With a wave of his sleeve, the green energy of the boundary essence rushed out like a gale. All of the swords were blown away, but there was one sword that escaped. This sword was as elegant as the wind, moving along with the wind. It cut open the horizon, and a stream of scarlet blood sprinkled down. As for the woman named Kale, there was a sword mark on her white neck. Moreover, she was staring at Lin Ling. She didn't expect that senior brother Qingyang would be able to tell that Lin Ling had really killed her. "I remember your voice very clearly. It was so ugly." At the same time, Lin Ling sneered. In the past, this woman had bullied the soldiers of the Martial Gods Battalion outside the Marshals Battalion. Although Lin Ling hadn't seen it, he had heard those voices. Moreover, he knew how the soldiers had endured the humiliation and gritted their teeth to block that sound wave attack. "Senior brother." The woman called Kale uttered the last words of her life as she floated down to the ground. Of course, she was caught by Zhang Qingyang halfway down. At this moment, Zhang Qingyang's entire body was emanating an ominous aura that caused others to tremble in fear. "Kale!" He cried out in pain. Kale was a woman he'd met in Heavenly Saint Academy. At that time, he'd been very weak, but she'd really cared for him. She'd believed that he would become a great figure sooner or later. In the end, he'd really soared into the sky. So, he'd always kept Kale by his side and would satisfy any of her requests, because he felt that he owed Kale a favor. But now Kale was dead. It's very painful, isn't it? But when you killed the members of my Martial Gods Battalion, did you think about their pain? They had no enmity with you, yet you killed them because of a knot in your heart that was difficult to untie. Could it be that you're human, and the soldiers of the Martial Gods Battalion aren't? Moreover, this woman's death is related to you. If you hadn't allowed her to do as she pleased, how could she have died? I can see that she was an innocent and naive young woman in the past, but after you grew strong, you satisfied her with everything, causing her to be unable to distinguish right from wrong. In the end, she was implicated by you and died. Retribution. You sowed the seeds, and today is the day you reap the consequences. Lin Ling raised his head and looked fearlessly at Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang's eyes turned pitch black, and a terrifying ferocious qi erupted from his body. A sandstorm rose into the sky within a radius of 10,000 miles around the ancient city. What a dense ferocious qi. Is this the ancient ferocious qi? In the barren desert, the expressions of the ancient martial artists changed drastically, and they were shocked by Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling had completely infuriated Zhang Qingyang. "I can't find any reason to spare your life." "Yes." Zhang Qingyang stood up and allowed Kale's corpse to fall to the ground. His long hair and green robe were dancing wildly at this moment. Behind him, the ferocious qi rolled like waves, and an ancient god with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. It was actually an ancient ferocious god. His cultivation was at the 9th stage of the true god realm, but his innate divine body was the 3rd grade great ferocious body. Moreover, he stood there quietly, and his aura rose steadily. His true god martial soul seemed to have changed again, and the 2nd seal had been unlocked. This guy is filled with hatred and sorrow because of Kale's death. He actually increased the power of his ferocious body. Mo Lao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's so cold. Leave the ancient city immediately." The people in the ancient city shuddered. It was as if they were looking at an ancient ferocious god. They knew that Lin Ling had touched Zhang Qingyang's reverse scale. He was dead for sure. However, facing the rolling ferocious qi, Lin Ling still stood there without moving. Instead, he revealed a smile. "Previously, you kept talking about the Son of Heaven's mandate and the Qingzhou divine bell. You treated me like an ant. Why don't you continue to pretend now? I can tell you that although I don't know what the Son of Heaven's mandate is, I can tell that this mysterious thing has nothing to do with you. In fact, I, Lin Ling, have a higher chance of obtaining the Son of Heaven's mandate than you. Also, don't pretend to be a sentimental person. In fact, you have always been lacking an opportunity, and that woman's death is it. You should be happy because her death has stimulated your talent. As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, Zhang Qingyang's body trembled in the sky. His expression became even colder. Indeed, he had been furious before, filled with sorrow and hatred. However, when he sensed that the second seal of the true God martial soul had been unsealed, the sorrow in his heart had quietly turned into joy. He had never thought that Karl's death would bring about such an effect. However, now that Lin Ling had exposed his wound, the feeling was extremely unpleasant. Meanwhile, the crowd remained silent. They also understood Lin Ling's words. Ironically, they had previously thought that Zhang Qingyang was a sentimental and righteous person. This fellow's mouth is quite poisonous. His words are sharper than a sword, directly stabbing into Zhang Qingyang's heart. Zhang Qingyang is now in an awkward situation. In the distance, Lord Eighth and Chiyuhu smiled as they looked forward. However, they were also a bit worried about Lin Ling's battle against Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang was an exceptional talent, and his cultivation was so much higher than Lin Ling's. Could Lin Ling win? Keep your eyes sharp. If the situation changes, we'll immediately take action. Chapter 2771. 7 Realms Speed. At this moment, Zhang Qingyang was infuriated. He no longer had the calm demeanor he had before. Lin Ling's words had angered him even more than killing Ka. You're dead. Absolutely dead. The surging ominous aura became even more terrifying. It was as if countless fierce gods had shot out and swallowed everyone in the ancient city. Everyone could feel that Zhang Qingyang was thoroughly enraged, and Lin Ling was the fuse that ignited his anger. Lin Ling, you deserve it. Mo Lao couldn't help but roar. He was extremely excited. As for the people following Zhang Qingyang, their eyes were red as they said coldly, this Lin Ling doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not only did he interrupt senior brother Qin Yang's comprehension of the Son of Heaven's fate, he even killed Ka. With senior brother Qin Yang's strength, I'm afraid he can kill him with half a hand. Yeah, senior brother Qin Yang can kill a 10th stage true god or even a peak true god. I think Lin Ling will be killed within 10 moves. 10 moves? 3 moves are enough because senior brother Qin Yang's true god martial spirit has already reached the 2nd seal stage. In their eyes, Lin Ling was already at the end of his rope. A sword appeared in Zhang Qin Yang's hand. It was condensed from ominous aura, and the body of the sword occasionally emitted ghostly images. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards Lin Ling. He wanted to crush Lin Ling's everything. He wanted to make Lin Ling feel fear, regret, and even kneel down and beg for mercy. Following his footsteps, a ghostly image appeared behind him. It was actually a 3-headed, 6-armed, ferocious god with shining fangs. I won't torture you to death. I will let you die cleanly because after killing you, the heavens will belong to me. Without hiding his strength, Zhang Qingyang's terrifying sword ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble. The barren desert immediately began to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. The entire desert turned pitch black. Ancient ominous sword. Mo Lao's expression changed drastically. The ancient ferocious sword was condensed from the ancient ferocious qi. This ferocious qi had killed countless people, and all of them were villains. In the end, it condensed into this terrifying ferocious qi. The sword slashed out with ferocious power. Even if a ghost god was here, it would probably be intimidated into pieces by the ferocious aura. The power of this sword is too strong. I'm afraid that even a 100% sword heart wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Ling only has a 70% sword heart. Even with the evil flame transformation, it seems like he won't be able to block it. Make your move. In the distant desert, Lord Eighth and the others let out anxious cries. They sensed how terrifying that sword strike was. However, just as they moved, Lin Ling's voice floated out, ancient ferocious sword. I thought it would be very powerful, but it turned out to be a sword full of loopholes. It's still too tender to kill me with such a sword. This voice made Lord Eighth and the others stop in their tracks. Their pupils trembled. Lin Ling seemed to be confident. At this moment, Lin Ling stood on the ground with a calm expression. His appearance of not being shocked even if the sky collapsed undoubtedly shocked many people. However, there were also many people who thought that Lin Ling was just putting on an act. After all, the terror of that sword was obvious to all. Not to mention Lin Ling, who was only at the 6th level of True God Realm, even a peak True God Realm expert could be killed by it. As for the sword, it was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. In the desert, sand flew up. However, Lin Ling still stood there without moving. This made many people exclaim in surprise. Was he courting death? However, just as the sword was about to kill Lin Ling disappeared. Strangely, it disappeared like a gust of wind that swept through the universe. Speed of 7 realms. Rumble. The ancient ferocious sword slashed the ground, cutting open the desert. It even reached far into the distance, and one couldn't see the end of it. However, everyone saw that Lin Ling had dodged it. Zhang Qingyang's pupils constricted. His sword was very powerful, but Lin Ling had dodged it. Even Mo Lao was stunned. He had thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Who knew that Lin Ling's speed had actually reached the speed of 7 realms? One had to know that the speed of 6 realms was already unrivaled in this generation. Not even all the exceptional talents had such speed. As for the speed of 7 realms, it was even more monstrous. You have some skill. No wonder you're so confident. However, in my eyes, you're just SOS. You can't block my sword at all. Zhang Qingyang's long hair danced wildly. After he finished speaking, the billowing ferocious aura behind him condensed into a sword that slashed out as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body was suffused with flames. He had already activated the firmament transformation. His body carried the melody of the wind as he easily dodged the sword again. Now, his fire-type innate talent had reached the divine level. Add to that the increase in his cultivation level and the comprehension of the melody of the wind in the wind and clouds, his speed and status had already reached a new level. Zhang Qingyang's sword was indeed powerful, but just as Lin Ling had said, its weakness was its speed. This was because the ferocious aura was indeed vast and majestic, causing even ghosts and deities to tremble in fear. However, it lacked the agility of the sword, and its speed couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. Of course, this was easy to say. If it was another person here, they might not have been able to dodge the ancient ferocious sword, because speed of 7 realms wasn't something everyone could achieve. Rumble. The second sword slashed through the air again. This continued for a total of 3 swords. Zhang Qingyang finally sensed that something was wrong. The ferocious aura on his body also became denser. Lin Ling, come and fight. What kind of martial artist are you if you cower? You'd better strip yourself of the title of the strongest of this generation. Everyone could sense that Zhang Qingyang's humiliation had turned into anger. Who was Zhang Qingyang? He was an exceptional talent, one of the 100 exceptional talents in 5 Ring City. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was only the strongest of this generation. Whether it was cultivation time or seniority, Lin Ling couldn't compare to Zhang Qingyang. Yet now, this exceptional talent couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. How could he put down his face like this? Zhang Qingyang doesn't seem to be able to defeat Lin Ling. It's only been a year, yet Lin Ling's strength has increased so much. He doesn't fear exceptional talents. He truly is a monster of Qing province. It seems like it's a tie. Compared to Zhang Qingyang's anger, everyone else was alarmed. This was because they had never believed that Lin Ling could win. A first generation simply couldn't win against an exceptional talent. However, reality proved that even an exceptional talent couldn't win against a first generation. Speed of 7 realms. Where did Lin Ling go in this past year? In the barren desert, Red Jade Tiger's voice was also full of shock. His suspended heart finally relaxed. This was because with speed of 7 realms, Lin Ling was undefeatable. Bastard! Mo Lao was fuming with anger. Even though Lin Ling relied on his speed to avoid the battle, no one would laugh at him. Instead, they were laughing at Zhang Qingyang. This was because Zhang Qingyang's seniority was higher. If you have the skill, then fight Zhang Qingyang to the death. Mo Lao roared. He seemed to have lost his mind from anger. However, at this time, Lin Ling's step stopped. He floated in the sky. Zhang Qingyang, don't think that just because you're an exceptional talent, the son of heaven's fate is related to you. Moreover, don't think that everyone else is an ant in your eyes. In reality, you're nothing more than this. Right now, you want me to receive your sword, so I'll receive it. When this voice drifted out, everyone in the ancient city was stunned. Lin Ling gave up on his fastest speed and actually chose to meet Zhang Qingyang head-on? Lin Ling's Chapter 2772. The Fusion of the Three Dantians. This is a true hero. Lin Ling, I admire you. Let's have a taste of my ancient ferocious sword. Zhang Qingyang was originally angry, but now he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Lin Ling, you're too complacent. Saber Mountain Inferno, Fire Sea Purgatory, Absolute Cold Ice Purgatory, Demonic Lightning Purgatory, Demonic Soul Purgatory, Avicii Absolute Hell. Ferocious chi filled the air and began to change. The red ones were Saber Mountain Inferno and Fire Sea Purgatory. The blue ones were Absolute Cold Ice Purgatory and Demonic Lightning Purgatory. The purple ones were Demonic Lightning Purgatory and Demonic Lightning Purgatory. It was said that when the ferocious chi appeared, all the evildoers in the world would be suppressed by the ferocious chi. Although the evildoers were evil, the ferocious chi was even more ferocious. Crackle! The ferocious chi condensed into a giant sword. When the sword appeared, the ancient city was completely destroyed. The barren desert also turned into a purgatory. The ferocious chi soared to the sky. That terrifying sword, even the peak true immortal realm experts did not dare to easily receive it. Lin Ling, retreat. Retreat. In a distant place, Lord 8 and the others quickly flew towards the ancient city. They did not expect Zhang Qingyang's true immortal martial spirit to increase his strength so much after the second seal. They were afraid that he would have few opponents in the true immortal realm. How terrifying! Retreat. The people in the ancient city had already run far away. They looked at the forbidden land and their mouths trembled. Mo Lao used a secret technique to block the ferocious chi. At this moment, he let out a loud laugh. Lin Ling, crazy. Come and see, now you regret it. Lin Ling, you can't fly even if you have wings. You will never understand the Qingzhou divine bell and the Son of Heaven's mandate. Retreat. Zhang Qingyang's eyes became pitch black. He looked like a demon and a god. His sword slashed out crazily. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky with a calm face. The reason why he wanted to receive the sword was to see how powerful the ferocious chi was. He also wanted to see how strong he was under his full strength. Therefore he moved. Terrifying world essence erupted from his body. The flame god's heart jumped, red scales appeared. Clearly, he had also used the true god martial spirit. Moreover, he had unlocked the first seal. This scene did not surprise Mo Lao and the rest. This was Lin Ling's strongest state on the heaven-surpassing rankings. However, Lin Ling's transformation did not stop. The realm-swallowing beast had appeared. The divine beasts and demon kings were roaring. A huge flame coffin appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Compared to last time, the time it took to form the flame coffin was much shorter. At this moment, the two Dantians were madly merging. One was at the 4th stage of the True God realm, and the other was at the 6th stage of the True God realm. In an instant, Jie Yuan had reached the 10th stage of the True God realm. Coupled with the evil flame transformation, with this, his realm essence power reached peak True God realm. This. Zhang Qingyang was stunned. He really could not understand why Lin Ling's body was hiding so much realm essence. However, it wasn't over yet. The third Dantian was fused for the first time. The third Dantian was currently at the first level of True God realm, but it was a lightning Dantian. Pitter-patter. The flame coffin began to change. Within the flames, thunder rumbled. The new flame coffin was even more terrifying. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling in the sky, all of them shuddering. Lin Ling could still be so strong? At this moment, Lin Ling was moving forward with the flame coffin. The aura on his body was turbulent, overbearing and majestic. Flame coffin. Finally, a cold voice rang out in the desert. In the distance, Lord Eighth and the rest stopped running, their faces frozen. Now, it seemed like they did not need to help Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's realm essence gave them the feeling that it had exceeded the peak true god realm. Rumble. The terrifying flame coffin mixed with the flame thunder chi, colliding with the ancient sword in front of it. The two destructive forces exploded. The entire desert seemed to have collapsed, causing even more experts to rush over from afar, their faces filled with shock. Rumble. The two colorful forces continued to collide, and in the end, the flame coffin was obviously stronger. This was because the flame coffin had suppressed too much power, like an immortal or a saint, destroying everything. The ominous aura was burned by thunder and flames. The originally dark sky was now illuminated. Boom. In the end, the ancient sword disappeared, but the flame coffin still floated in the sky, not exploding. Without exploding, the ancient sword was destroyed. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the forbidden power would be after the flame coffin exploded. In the sky, Zhang Qingyang's mouth leaked blood, looking in front of him in disbelief. There, Lin Ling walked over step by step, like a god of fire, like a god of death, and even more like a god of war. Your sword is only so. A voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Zhang Qingyang's body to tremble. He thought that Lin Ling was only arrogant because of his speed, so he wanted to avoid a head-on clash with Lin Ling. But who would have thought that after a head-on clash, he would realize how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was? Don't think that you're amazing just because you're an exceptional talent. In reality, an exceptional talent doesn't mean anything. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a crisp slap that landed on Zhang Qingyang's face. Zhang Qingyang was at a loss. In the past, he had gone to the martial god barracks to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was not there. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him, but now he deeply understood that Lin Ling did not have to be afraid of him. One last thing. Lin Ling's voice floated out like the wind, and no one heard the last sentence except for Zhang Qingyang. I was the one who rang the Qingzhou divine bell. That sentence left Zhang Qingyang dumbfounded. One had to know that he was extremely respectful of the Qingzhou divine bell, even with a hint of worship. He wanted to obtain the divine bell's approval and obtain the Son of Heaven's mandate, but he believed that Lin Ling and other outsiders did not know these noble secrets, and could not get a share of the Son of Heaven's mandate. However, the Qingzhou divine bell was rung by Lin Ling? Then, who was more familiar with the secrets of the Son of Heaven's mandate? Rumble. Without waiting for him to speak, the flaming coffin in the sky bloomed like a flower of flames. The domineering power of flames and lightning seemed to want to destroy the primal chaos of the universe. Under that unparalleled power, Zhang Qingyang was completely destroyed. He had been in seclusion for many years, and he originally wanted to borrow the Son of Heaven's mandate to shake Qingzhou. Unfortunately, he had been defeated in the first battle. Moreover, he had lost to the most powerful of his generation. Rumble. Ear-splitting sounds continuously rang out, and it was as if the desert had been flipped upside down. The people in the distance were all stupefied. They naturally knew that this power belonged to Lin Ling. This meant that after a year, Lin Ling had stepped into the ranks of exceptional talents. There were only 100 exceptional talents, which meant that they were rare and difficult, but for Lin Ling, it was as simple as drinking water. Voila! The roiling flames gradually dispersed, and a figure walked out from within. He looked to the other side, and that was Mo Lao. Who else is there to protect you? Lin Ling's voice was very calm, but when it landed in Mo Lao's ears, it was as ear-piercing as a blizzard. A year ago, Lin Ling was only an ant to him on the heavenly surpassing rankings. If not for his cultivation being crippled by an expert, he, Mo Lao, could have easily killed Lin Ling. Chapter 2773. The Golden Grand Era Dragon. However, he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling because he was confident that he could fully recover his cultivation before Lin Ling became stronger. However, Lin Ling only used 1 year to come knocking on his door. It was as if he was telling him that 10,000 years was too long to fight for the tide. There was no need to wait 10,000 years to kill him. I'm from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. Mo Lao's voice was laced with nervousness. The people in the distance saw this scene and found it hard to believe. A divine adjudicator was actually afraid of a rising star. You should know that I wanted to kill you last time because I, Lin Ling, treat people the same way they treat me. During the assessment, you targeted me time and time again. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lin Ling said coldly, making it hard for Mo Lao to refute. However, Lin Ling asked again, in fact, I'm very curious. Why did you target me? Was it the Thunder Sound Manor's idea? Thunder Sound Manor's mother is one of the reasons. There's also the Azure Dragon Manor, but the biggest reason is that I didn't like you. Mo Lao said slowly. You didn't like me, so you targeted me, harmed me, and tried to kill me. Hee, you must be regretting it now. Lin Ling laughed. This divine adjudicator really thought he was something. If it was in the past, I would never regret it. But now, I'm a little regretful. Lin Ling are a madman. As long as I provoke you, I'll risk my life. Mo Lao said his evaluation of Lin Ling, but he quickly shook his head. Even so, you still can't kill me. He seemed to have sensed something. Sure enough, after he spoke, a dazzling golden light shot over from afar, and a dragon's roar could be heard. In fact, you'll die here. Sensing the majestic aura, Mo Lao laughed, but his laughter was cold. He was from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to kill him. Great Golden Era Dragon. Following his voice, the golden light in the distance became even more dazzling, shooting towards Lin Ling with the speed of 10 realms. Everyone could vaguely see that it was an enormous golden dragon, that sacred and immortal aura telling everyone that this was an existence that surpassed the true deity realm. Moreover, the power of the universe gushed out from the dragon's body, turning the desert into a land of gold. That might not be the case. Lin Ling naturally sensed the surging aura in the distance, but he muttered to himself. At the same time, the roar of a divine tiger came from the east. The sound caused the sand in the desert to fly up into the sky, as if a bomb had been thrown into the desert. A charging tiger transformed into a fist and collided with the golden Great Era Dragon. Boom, 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 boom. A powerful force erupted and a huge circular shockwave appeared in the desert, causing the sand to tumble like waves in all directions. However, the fist blocked the golden Grand Era Dragon. Seeing this, everyone was like cicadas in winter. Where did this powerful cultivator come from? They had never expected that Lin Ling's arrival in Five Ring City would cause such a huge commotion. Eastern Shenhu, Red Jade Tiger. Mo Lao's pupils trembled, then he shook his head continuously. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he should be dead. Previously on the Heavenly Transcendence list, he had exchanged a few blows with Red Jade Tiger. While Red Jade Tiger was paying attention to Lin Ling, he had injected the 5 transformation 4 symbols poison into Red Jade Tiger's body. In his estimation, Red Jade Tiger was definitely dead. Lin Ling, you have saved me. As if sensing Mo Lao's unwillingness, a majestic voice drifted over from the distant sky. Plop. The voice was like thunder, causing Mo Lao's face to turn pale. He stared at Lin Ling, and at that moment he seemed to have aged a lot. It's you. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was seeing Lin Ling for the first time. How could Lin Ling save Red Jade Tiger? He could not understand. In the past, you were strong. You were God's judgment, you had the ability to dominate everything, so you could do whatever you wanted to me. But today, the martial gods camp and I have come to kill you. You have nothing to say about your decline. Lin Ling did not explain, but said coldly, Can you spare my life? I can use anything to make it up to you. Spare me. Mo Lao was still unwilling. He did not want to die. Not a chance. Lin Ling shook his head firmly, causing Mo Lao's face to turn even paler. His breathing was weak, and his heart was filled with endless regret. Unfortunately, everything was irreversible. His gaze turned towards the barren desert. This was his territory, his home. Unfortunately, a powerful enemy had slaughtered their way here today, and everything had been destroyed. He could not stop the vengeful Lin Ling. However, at this time, he did not hate Lin Ling. Perhaps when one was about to die, one would see things more lightly. He had failed to kill Lin Ling wanted to kill him. That was a matter of heaven and earth. It was the law of the universe. Can you let them go? Yes. Mo Lao looked at the people in the distance and pleaded for them. Although these people are my disciples, they are innocent. I have not even seen some of them. They came because of their reputation. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Thank you. Can I have one last request? I hope that you can let me die with dignity. Let me do it myself. Mo Lao looked at Lin Ling pleadingly. Lin Ling looked at Red Jade Tiger in the distance, then nodded. In other aspects, you may not be good, but as a master, you should be a good master. For this, I promise you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mo Lao bowed to Lin Ling. His aged eyes looked into the distance. The people in the distance all knelt down, their eyes filled with tears. Just as Lin Ling said, Mo Lao may not be a good person, but he was good to his disciples. No one was perfect, but no one was evil. Even Lin Ling did not dare to admit that he was a good person. The number of lives that had died in his hands was innumerable. However, it was undeniable that Mo Lao and Lin Ling were the same. They both had things that they needed to protect. A stream of blood dripped down from the sky. Mo Lao died standing in the sky. However, when he died, he was extremely peaceful. Master! In the distance, a large number of cries could be heard. As for the surrounding ancient martial artists, their faces were extremely solemn. The imperial censor of the Dragon Court, the god's inquisitor of the Great Qing dynasty, was forced to death by Lin Ling. However, their thoughts were the same as Lin Ling's. Revenge was a matter of life and death. There was nothing to sympathize with. They could only say that Mo Lao was not as good as Lin Ling. Sush! Lin Ling waved his right hand and cut off Mo Lao's head. Then he kept the head and turned to leave. Because I promised my soldiers, I have to bring his head back. Lin Ling's voice floated out at the same time. He took a step and walked into the distance. As for the huge golden great era dragon, he did not attack at this moment. He transformed into a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He looked deeply at Lin Ling, then turned and left. Chapter 2774. Accepted. After that, there was nothing else for him to do. He saw that Lin Ling had several experts by his side. It would be difficult for him to touch Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was a member of the imperial court. His identity was a little sensitive and he was not someone he could touch easily. After the experts left, the desert gradually returned to its peaceful state. Everyone looked at the desert after the catastrophe and remained silent for a long time. This Lin Ling, he's grown up. The ancient martial artists also left one after another. They remembered Lin Ling's name in their hearts. As for the Holy King, he was the last to leave the desert. His heart was pounding. After witnessing Lin Ling's tyrannical actions, he had already regarded Lin Ling as the person he could not afford to offend. After returning, he would definitely remind the Holy King's residents that whoever dared to offend Lin Ling or even mention the name Lin Ling would be killed without mercy. Lin Ling returned to the martial god's barracks very quickly. When Mo Lao's head was thrown to the ground, the entire martial god's barracks was in high spirits. They were extremely agitated. In this ruthless world, even if you did not offend others, others would still invade. Hence, the only way to stop the killing was to use strong means to defend one's territory and dignity, and to instill fear in the enemy. One day later, the news of Lin Ling killing Mo Lao spread like a snowball throughout Qingzhou. Even many people in Five Ring City received the news. They would remember the name Lin Ling. As for the Thunder Manor, Azure Dragon Manor, and other major forces, they somewhat understood Lin Ling's intention. This was also a show of strength to them. Of course, the ones who feared Lin Ling the most were undoubtedly the Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery. At this moment, the people of these two commanderies were in a state of panic. After Lin Ling dealt with the Martial God Battalion, he returned to the rainforest city. However, he was speechless when he saw Elder Xiaren. The elder still wanted to bring Lin Ling back to the Resplendent Academy, but Lin Ling ignored him. In the following days, Lin Ling, Yu Yu, and the others all returned to peace. Lin Ling cultivated every day. Occasionally, he would bring Yu Yu and the others back to the rainforest's sacred land. He even brought them to the flame shards. Lin Ling had a sect there, so he planned to nurture the evil flame sect into a secret force. As long as the people of the rainforest's sacred land had the boundary seed, they would be able to reach the martial god realm. Lin Ling had also arranged for them to bitterly cultivate in the evil flame school. Even though Lin Ling was quite famous in Qingzhou, he knew that he was at an intermediate stage. There were many people stronger than him, but there were also many people weaker than him. Therefore, he couldn't be weaker. He could only be stronger. Otherwise, those who wanted to kill him would definitely make a move. However, Lin Ling was currently in existence with few opponents in the true god realm. With the fusion of 3 Dantians, 2 divine bodies, the Ashura sword formation, and the evil flame transformation, Lin Ling could be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. However, if he wanted to reach the next level, Lin Ling realized that he needed a lot more resources. Even though the business of the rainforest city was getting bigger and bigger, it obviously couldn't satisfy him. This was especially true for his primal chaos divine formula. Right now, his essence, qi, and spirit cultivation were in a state of balance. This was not good. After all, among these 3 great domains, one of them had to be stronger. Only then could more Dantians be born. Currently, Lin Ling had 3 Dantians. He had the capital to fight above his level. What if he had 4 or 5? In the past, my soul force had always been the strongest. Now, it's only slightly stronger than the other 2 domains. However, my soul force has greatly improved. I can refine many barriers and pills now. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The ghost genius Li Xiaoyao had grasped a large number of ancient techniques. Among them, the complicated barriers and Dantian techniques were at the top of the 9 prefectures. However, in order to grasp these ancient techniques, the amount of soul power required was enormous. In the past, Lin Ling's soul force didn't reach the standard. Now, it barely reached the standard. So much so that some of the pill recipes and profound barriers that had been buried in his memories were becoming clearer and clearer at this moment. Of course, no matter what kind of pill recipe or barrier it was, it still required materials. And all of these were what Lin Ling lacked the most. If I had water false ice, ghost dragon wings, and other treasures, I could refine the primeval clear pill. It would allow Yu Yu and the others to step into a stronger divine body. If I could refine the Taiping Dragon Strength secret pill, my dragon force would increase greatly. My godly devil body would definitely reach a higher level. Lin Ling shook his head. He felt extremely regretful. Lin Ling, Senior Sunset Glory is looking for you. At this moment, Yu Yu walked in and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Senior Sunset Glory? Lin Ling stood up immediately and his eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, Li Xiaoyao had left a large sum of money in the Fu Hang estate. If he could get the money, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Should he go and get it now? After pondering for a while, Lin Ling shook his head. It was not the time to reveal his identity. After all, the heavenly court was spread all over the 9 prefectures. It was much more powerful than many forces in the Green Prefecture. Lin Ling couldn't confront the heavenly court head-on. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the main hall. They saw Sunset Glory pacing back and forth anxiously. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. Senior Sunset Glory, follow me. Lin Ling scanned the hall and saw that there were so many guests. Coupled with Sunset Dazzling's expression, he guessed that the other party must have come for something important. So, he brought Sunset Dazzling into the reception hall. It was much quieter here. Someone invited me to bring you to the 5-ring city. After entering the main hall, Sunset Glory was the first to speak. The person who came must be someone important. Lin Ling sipped his tea and said thoughtfully. In the Green Prefecture, other than the 5-ring city, he wasn't afraid of the other forces. He didn't care about the Thunder Sound Manor or the Azure Dragon Manor because they wouldn't dare to touch him. You're really a monster. I only said one sentence and you guessed it. Indeed, the person who came is someone important. He's someone who controls the Green Prefecture. Sunset Glory said with admiration. All right, let's go then. Lin Ling nodded. Although he didn't know who the person was, he believed that Sunset Glory wouldn't harm him. The two of them immediately set off for the Five-Ring City. The Five-Ring City was still vast and majestic, as if it hid the secrets of the universe. The illusory divine bell in the sky was still floating there, emitting endless divine runes. Only those with strong soul force could sense the illusory divine bell and the divine runes. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Sunset Glory was stronger than Lin Ling, but he couldn't sense it. Nothing, let's go. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He followed behind Sunset Glory, passing through several ancient streets. A quiet manor appeared in front of them. This manor was right on the side of the street, but no one dared to approach within 100 li radius. Clearly, this manor wasn't ordinary. Lin Ling even saw that some of the cultivators passing by were looking at the manor with deep awe in their eyes. Those experts were all late-stage True God Realm experts. Chapter 2775. Star Court Manor. Lin Ling even saw that some of the cultivators passing by were looking at the manor with deep awe in their eyes. Those experts were all in the late stage of the True God Realm. This manor was really something to be feared by the late stage of the True God Realm. Old Luo, you're here. At this moment, a large number of two-headed unicorns came from afar. A middle-aged man in a golden robe suddenly shouted. This man's strength was unfathomable, but in Five-Ring City he didn't dare to fly. He rode a horse. This showed how strict Five-Ring City's rules were. It was said that ordinary people didn't dare to fly in the air in the city only at special times or for those with high status. Old Yang. Luo Riyao looked at the man and smiled. He then explained to Lin Ling, Gong Yang Zhang's father, the owner of Qing Province's Fu Xing Manor. You've met him before, right? Yes. Senior Gong Yang. Yes. Lin Ling had met him before. He bowed slightly. These were all godlike figures in Qing Province. The man recognized Lin Ling and quickly dismounted from his horse. Before he reached Lin Ling, he cupped his fists and bowed, Long time no see, little friend Lin. Yes. This action made the people behind him change their expressions. The owner of Qing Province's Fu Xing Manor was definitely a big shot. It was always others who bowed to him. This time, he actually took the initiative to bow. Moreover, the other party was so young that it made people wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Who is this guy? At the back of the group, a few people frowned and looked at each other. One of the men asked. This man was about 30 years old. He looked resolute and wise. The strongest Lin Ling of the generation. But soon, a woman replied with a smile, which made everyone's pupils dilate. There weren't many people in Qing Province who didn't know Lin Ling's name. So he's Lin Ling. I heard that his cultivation time is very short. He's the most monstrous genius in the history of Resplendent Academy. Many big shots in Qing Province think highly of him. He used to be from Resplendent Academy, but not now. In terms of strength, he is inferior to us, but in terms of cultivation time, he is even shorter than us. Even so, it's only the first generation. Is he qualified to come to the Star Court Manor? These people had their own opinions. Some of them had a solemn expression, while others seemed to be jealous. Only one woman smiled faintly. She was the Black Warrior Celestial Manor's Xian Linglong. Beside her stood Meng Lu. The two of them had clearly been invited here as well. Then they also strode forward. At the same time, Lin Ling also saw this group of people, and his eyes immediately lit up. This group of people's strengths were all very strong, all reaching the ranks of peak True God Realm. Furthermore, they were much stronger than ordinary True God Realms. Most importantly, they were very young. Lin Ling immediately guessed that these people should be the so-called exceptional talents. This strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Ling. Among these people, Xian Linglong and Meng Lu's cultivation were the lowest. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Ling with smiles, making Lin Ling smile and nod. He noticed that Meng Lu's cultivation had also risen, only a little bit weaker than his. Thinking about it, his strength was definitely not weak. In fact, Meng Lu was also a true genius. If Lin Ling was not here, he would definitely be a dazzling figure. Come, let me introduce you. At this time, Senior Gong Yang looked at the group and said, wanting to introduce Lin Ling to them. He knew that the young men beside him had left the Qing province. Their eyes were high above their heads, not to be underestimated among the exceptional talents. If it weren't for the Qing province divine bell ringing, these exceptional talents would not have returned to the Qing province. There's no need for introductions. Presumably, this is the Lin Ling who killed Lei Tianlan in the name of hunting, led the 6 army camps, looted 2 large commanderies, and cleared his name on the heavenly surpass rankings. Before Senior Gong Yang could speak, a woman wearing an ice blue robe beside him smiled and said. Her appearance was not very stunning, but she was clean and tidy. Her long hair was tied behind her head, giving her a valiant appearance. Her words were polite, but there was a hint of disdain in them. The others were the same. They all looked at Lin Ling with a smile that was not a smile. In their eyes, no matter how dazzling Lin Ling was, he was just someone who had never left the Qing province. However, they had already left the Qing province, so when they saw Lin Ling, they more or less felt a sense of superiority. Tan Tai Bing Dai. The woman reached out her hand. Lin Ling. Lin Ling also smiled and shook her hand. He naturally felt the other party's disdain, as if she saw him as a junior. Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. He was curious about the origin of the owner of this manor with so many experts gathered here. Since everyone has gotten to know each other, let's go see Mr. Chen. He must have summoned you for something important. Luo Riyao said. Everyone moved forward one after another, heading toward the manor. Along the way, more experts appeared and greeted Luo Riyao and the others. These experts were all above the true god realm. Lin Ling even saw the master of the White Tiger Divine Mansion in the 4-ring city, Bai Xiaoyang. In this way, 2 representatives of the 4 divine mansions in the 4-ring city had come. This made Lin Ling even more curious about the owner of the manor. After entering the manor, Lin Ling saw some familiar faces again. One of them was Ancestor Dragon Granny. Vice Principal Gong and the others were also there. They were gathered in a garden and seemed to be discussing something. Even Master Ban is here. Xian Ling Long's surprised voice came from beside him. Lin Ling guessed that this so-called Master Ban's status was not low. Xiuwen Boundary King is here too. After Xian Ling Long's voice, the woman called Tan Tai Bing Dai also exclaimed. These exceptional talents stared at the people in front of them, their eyes filled with deep respect. Vice Principal Gong was also invited here. It seems that Mr. Chen summoned us here today for no small matter. The others also spoke up one after another. One of them saw the confusion on Lin Ling's face and said calmly, these people are all prominent figures in 5-ring city. They are as respected as Dean Qin of your academy. When you see them later, you should greet them respectfully. Don't offend them. The person who spoke seemed to want to tell Lin Ling that it was his fortune to be able to come to the manor. Lin Ling, thanks. Hearing this, Lin Ling replied stubbornly. Everyone walked forward. Before they even got close, the sound of quarreling could be heard. It turned out that these seniors were studying a pill recipe. This pill recipe was called the 5 Elements Nascent Soul Nurturing Sword Pill. Its amazing part was that it could allow a martial artist to birth another Dantian. Everyone knew that a martial artist could have 2 great talents, but no one had ever had 2 Dantians. It was like a soul. A person could only have 1 soul. That was why the old monsters were so interested in this pill recipe. TSK, birth of 2 Dantians. This is simply unheard of. If one has 2 Dantians, even if his talent is average, he can easily defeat experts of the same level with his enormous realm essence. Can this pill recipe be refined successfully? Chapter 2776. Golden-Robed World Spiritist. Even Meng Lu's eyes flickered. 2 Dantians, this was the first time he heard of it. This manor was worthy of being called a place where capable people came from. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ling, and discovered that Lin Ling's expression was very calm, without the slightest bit of shock or emotion. Lin Ling, a medicinal pill can give birth to a second dantian, don't you find it very shocking? Meng Lu subconsciously asked. It's all right. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, his reaction still calm. This time, the pupils of the surrounding exceptional talents all constricted, then they laughed mockingly, thinking that Lin Ling was putting on an act. You probably don't even know the advantage of having 2 dantians. Don't think you're strong just because your cultivation speed is fast. In the outside world, there are always people stronger than you. There are many things you don't know. Tantai Bingdai muttered to herself, making the people around her nod inwardly. This Lin Ling had become the strongest generation, so he was a bit arrogant. Lin Ling also sensed this attitude. He shook his head, too lazy to explain anything. 2 dantians? He already had 3 dantians now, so it wasn't strange at all. Moreover, the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill was something he'd obtained before. Because it was his first time cultivating the primal chaos divine formula, he felt that this technique was too shocking. At first, he didn't really believe it, so he searched everywhere for records related to dantians, and among them was the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill. In the end, he confirmed that the primal chaos divine formula could indeed give birth to 9 dantians. So, Lin Ling was very familiar with the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill, but unfortunately, it was useless to him. Moreover, the dantians born from this type of medicinal pill could only be sword type, so it was useless to most people. After all, not everyone was an expert in the way of the sword. Of course, because the pill could give birth to 2 dantians, this still made many people curious. Sigh, this pill has been around for too long, the required materials are a blur. Before, I used the flow of time to see the words before the pill formula was damaged, but unfortunately, the pill formula has a powerful barrier, so my flow of time is useless. Yeah, I've only seen 3 materials so far. A helpless voice came from the front. Clearly, the pill recipe was damaged, and those seniors were helpless. As for Tantai Bingdai and the other exceptional talents, they also released a light sigh. However, at this time, the old monsters in the garden all looked over, making those exceptional talents' minds tremble. They all revealed smiles. Although they were the peak geniuses of the Azure province, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of those titans. Especially when facing spirit formation masters, they did not dare to provoke them in the slightest. This was because the difficulties of their cultivation and the forging of their weapons all required the help of the other party. Of course, when those titans looked over, they still stuck out their chests. No matter what, they were still exceptional talents that had left Green Province before. Among them, Tantai Bingdai gave Lin Ling a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Do you see? These seniors all know us. Although you're famous, you clearly haven't reached this level. Lin Ling, you're here too." However, before everyone could speak, a voice sounded. It was Vice Headmaster Gong. "Lin Ling, you're here too? This is great." Ancestor Dragon Granny also spoke with a smile. At this moment, those arrogant exceptional talents were all stupefied. They thought that Mount Tai and North Star wouldn't recognize Lin Ling, and even if they did, they would at most give him a look. Who would have thought that the other party would actually speak first? Moreover, the one who spoke was Vice Headmaster Gong, their former headmaster. This kind of treatment made them a bit jealous. At the same time, the seniors called Master Ban and Shiowen World King also looked over. One of them was an old man, the other a middle-aged man wearing a star trigram robe. Large amounts of spirit formations floated around them. Ordinary people could not see these spirit formations, but Lin Ling could see them. He knew these spirit formations were extremely exceptional. Moreover, their robes were all golden. They were clearly gold-robed spirit formation masters. Golden robes represented their status, and it was also the highest level of spirit formation masters, second only to purple robes. Gold-robed spirit formation masters were existences that could not be provoked in the 9 provinces. Of course, they did not recognize Lin Ling, so they frowned. Even though Lin Ling's name shook the Azure province in their eyes, it was only SOSO. After all, they were already indomitable characters in the Azure province. Lin Ling has come. Perfect. Perhaps he might have a way to solve this pill recipe. Silence. At this moment, Vice Headmaster Gong spoke again. Silence. The garden immediately became deathly silent. The ancient pill recipe was said to have come from another province in the 9 provinces. It was obtained by Xuan World King by luck, and he spent 3,000 years studying it, but to no avail. Today, with all the important people gathered in the manor, he reluctantly took it out to see if he could find a way to solve it. However, all the important people were unable to do anything. Yet now, Vice Headmaster Gong actually said that the younger generation might have a way? Vice Headmaster Gong, are you joking? Xuan World King frowned. If Vice Headmaster Gong wasn't the headmaster of the Resplendent Academy, he would have already slapped him. How could such a joke be made? Hearing those words, Vice Headmaster Gong's expression changed. How could I joke about something like this? After saying those words, he walked toward Lin Ling with Ancestor Dragon Granny and personally invited Lin Ling over. Among them, Ancestor Dragon Granny knew that Lin Ling understood world spirit techniques. As for Vice Headmaster Gong, he also knew that Lin Ling was very mystical. Back then, the Scarlet Jade Tiger's poison was cured by Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lord Eighth had also asked Grandmaster Ban for help. However, what he received in return was only a single sentence: prepare for your funeral. Yet, this hopeless situation was solved by Lin Ling, Xian Linglong, and the other exceptional talents all walked over. Furthermore, they were still filled with disbelief. As for the 2 world spirit experts, they were still frowning as they looked at Lin Ling. The reason for that was because they discovered that Lin Ling was very young. Not to mention his age being comparable to them, he was even younger than the other exceptional talents. A person of the younger generation like him could solve the pill recipe? Little friend, may I know where your master came from? Grandmaster Ban asked with a smile. I don't belong to any sect or school. I am merely a child from the mountains. Lin Ling replied with a smile. What he said was the truth. Everything that the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao had learned was self-taught by him. Furthermore, he had wandered the 9 provinces and explored the ancient era's secret lands. He knew a lot of the secrets of the universe. Indeed, he was worthy of being called a child from the mountains. However, his words caused the crowd to be even more astonished. The path of world spirit techniques was particular about inheritance. If one were to research it himself, it would be extremely difficult. It could even be said that it was completely impossible. Unless that boy had been a world spirit formation grandmaster in his previous life and studied it for 2 lifetimes. Old Gong. That Xuan World Spirit King's voice immediately turned gloomy. Evidently, he felt that Vice Headmaster Gong was joking. Furthermore, this time around, Grandmaster Ban did not say anything. He also felt the same way. Don't think that those who are able to come to the manor are all people that cannot be looked down upon. Before us, not to mention a mere boy, even if it was a prince, he would have to salute us. The Xuan World Spirit King said again. Chapter 2777. It was even more amazing than pill recipes. Only Luo Riyao and Senior Gong Yang were familiar with Lin Ling, so they believed in Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling might really have a way. You'd better take out the pill formula first. Vice Dean Gong shook his head. He believed in Lin Ling. Nonsense. Do you know how much I paid for this pill formula? How can this pill formula be easily shown to others? Old Gong, we have known each other for 10,000 years, so I let you see this pill formula. Don't push your luck. The Xuan World King immediately reprimanded. What a joke. A junior was able to decipher the pill recipe. If this wasn't messing around, then what was? Xuanju. Vice School Head Gong didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face. You what? However, the Xuan Realm King reprimanded him again. You're only relying on the Resplendent Academy to read the books of the universe. Otherwise, do you think you have the qualifications to speak to me? In my eyes, you're nothing but a fart. Enough. Vice Academy Master Gong was so angry that his chest heaved. Xiuwen, let him take a look. Anyway, the pill formula can't be deciphered, so it's useless for you to keep it. Moreover, there's no need to affect our friendship because of a pill formula. You should know that we have an exchange once every 1,000 years. At this moment, Master Ban spoke up. Although he didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to break it, he didn't want Vice Principal Gong and the Xiuwen Boundary King to fall out. For the sake of Master Ban, I won't bicker with you. Show this pill recipe to your people. Xiuwen Realm King coldly snorted and finally agreed. I'm only doing this for Master Ban's sake. Otherwise, I would have left already. Vice Principal Gong added. Seeing the two seniors oppose each other with equal harshness, those exceptional talents were all speechless. Then they began to blame Lin Ling, because all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling was not tactful at all. Vice Principal Gong had offended the Xiuwen Barrier King for his sake, but he did not say a word. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, including Vice Dean Gong. He smiled and said, Lin Ling, my apologies, we've made a fool of ourselves in front of you. To him, Lin Ling was a genius of the Resplendent Academy. He had been thinking of ways to recruit Lin Ling, so how could he offend Lin Ling for the sake of the Xiuwen Boundary King? However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was even more astonished. Vice Principal Gong actually apologized to Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the Xiuwen Boundary King. The latter looked indifferent, but with his status, he did have the right to do so. It's just a lousy pill formula. You're the only one who treats it as a treasure. You're truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His tone was somewhat impolite. Although he wasn't interested in the pill formula, Vice Principal Gong was being scolded for him. This made him very unhappy with that senior. How amazing was a gold-robed world spiritist. Back then, when Li Xiaoyao entered the 9 provinces barrier tower, the experts he encountered were all gold-robed world spiritists. Yet, those people still respected him greatly. Lousy pill formula? The Xiuwen Boundary King narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he looked at Lin Ling. If not for Vice Principal Gong, he would have killed this junior with a slap. The materials required for the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill are blood rhythm ginseng, male glazed branch, wind stone, and rock gold tendon. Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at him as he listed out 97 materials in one go. Many of them were materials that they had never heard of before. The Xiuwen Boundary King was stunned. What was this fellow doing? Was he spouting nonsense? On the other hand, Master Ban's body trembled. Among the materials that Lin Ling listed, there were more than a dozen that wouldn't appear in the Azure Province. Furthermore, it was as he had guessed. He already had a rough idea of how to refine the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill. Then he muttered to himself and began to calculate. The more he calculated, the more excited he became. The other people's world spirit techniques were not as powerful as his. At this moment, they were all confused. This included the Xiuwen Boundary King. Finally, they were unable to contain themselves anymore. What nonsense are you spouting? If those materials are able to refine the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill, then our senior Xiuwen Boundary King's entire life of world spirit techniques would have been wasted. Among the exceptional talents, a young man that wanted to flatter the Xiuwen Boundary King mocked. The others more or less mocked him. That Xiuwen Boundary King felt it beneath him to say anything. Instead, he looked to Vice Principal Gong with a mocking gaze. It was as if he was saying, "Is this the person you thought highly of?" However, right when that thought appeared in their minds, that Grandmaster Ban spoke. Sure enough, so that's how it is. I actually miscalculated several materials. It would appear that the world spirit techniques that we've spent our entire lives training have been wasted on dogs. Once those words were said, the garden became completely silent. Could it be that the materials Lin Ling listed earlier were real? But how was that possible? That was because Lin Ling didn't even look at the pill formula. Could it be that he was even more amazing than the pill formula? I refuse to believe that the materials you listed are truly able to refine the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill. The Xiuwen Boundary King was the first to speak. He was shaking his head with all his might. Your entire life of world spirit techniques has indeed been wasted. Lin Ling shook his head. The materials I listed earlier are indeed unable to refine the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill. Look, I told you he was spouting nonsense. Master Ban, you've all been deceived by him. Hearing those words, the Xiuwen Boundary King immediately smiled. As for Master Ban, his brows were tightly furrowed. According to his calculations, the materials Lin Ling listed earlier should be all the materials recorded in the pill formula. That's because there are still 3 missing. They are the Dew Orchid, Divine Mist Orchid, and Blood Orchid. 3 orchids to form a sword. That is the true foundation of the nascent soul sword pill. Lin Ling said to the Xiuwen Boundary King with a smile that was not a smile. At that moment, the garden became even more silent. Master Ban pondered for a moment. Then, his expression changed greatly. 3 orchids to form a sword. Does the legendary thing really exist? Furthermore, why is there no record of these 3 materials in the pill formula? His voice became obviously anxious. It's very simple. It's because the owner of the pill formula also failed to refine the 5 elements nascent soul sword pill. Otherwise, do you think you would have obtained the pill formula? Lin Ling looked at Master Ban with a smile and said, "This isn't the first time you've entered a world spirit technique. You should know that whether it's a world spirit technique or a pill formula, as long as it's successfully refined, it won't be easily leaked. Xiuwen Boundary King, you've obviously been deceived. You must have bought the pill formula from somewhere, right?" The Xiuwen Boundary King's face turned green and red because he had indeed bought the pill formula. Can it really be successful? Master Ban couldn't help but exclaim. He trusted Lin Ling more and more. My time is precious. I don't have time to lie to you. Lin Ling shook his head. Everyone gasped and looked at Master Ban. They wanted to see if this senior would admit to Lin Ling's words. He's telling the truth. Master Ban took a deep breath and finally said, stressing each and every word. Everyone was completely speechless. Lin Ling was actually more amazing than the pill formula. Chapter 2778. Imperial Court. Little friend, we've displayed our slight skill before an expert. I wonder where little friend's teacher came from? That group of great masters took a deep breath and bowed towards Lin Ling. I said, I'm just a mountain child. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Moreover, he looked towards Xiuwen Realm King with a smile, as if asking him if all these years of research had been for naught. Xiuwen Realm King wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Today, he had been completely slapped in the face by a junior. That Vice Principal Gong laughed loudly. He had long known about Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. Now that he saw it, Lin Ling was even more formidable than he had imagined. As for those exceptional talents, they all looked at Lin Ling seriously. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling, this fellow who hadn't even left Green Province, knew so much. At this time, applause suddenly rang out. A large number of figures walked over from the distance. Upon closer inspection, these people's strength surpassed the true divinity realm. And within this group, there was one person that Lin Ling recognized. It was precisely that child from the Heaven Crossing rankings. As expected of Lin Ling, after the Heaven Crossing rankings ended, he defeated Zhang Qingyang and completely entered the ranks of exceptional talents. That child had his hands behind his back, walking as he spoke. These words directly made those exceptional talents feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Their understanding of Lin Ling was only from the Heaven Crossing rankings, but who knew that this fellow had actually defeated Zhang Qingyang? Zhang Qingyang was one of their 100 exceptional talents. Lin Ling, before we were too arrogant. If we said something wrong, please don't take it to heart. We are all people of the Imperial Court, so it's inevitable that there will be conflicts. However, it's fine if we shake hands and make peace. Before I was wrong. Those exceptional talents all spoke, and they all bowed slightly towards Lin Ling. At the start, they looked down on Lin Ling, but before the pill recipe matter, and Lin Ling defeating Zhang Qingyang, they knew that this rising star couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the divine bell of Qingzhou had rung. Qingzhou was indeed filled with dragons soaring into the sky. In their imperial court, Linling was the dragon that could fly the highest, and he was on par with the strongest dragons of the other three magnates. Don't worry about it, it's just a small matter. The other party sincerely apologized and Linling gave him enough face. He smiled and waved his hand. Meanwhile, Meng Lu and Xian Linglong looked at Linling strangely. They never thought that in such a short period of time, Linling would be on equal footing with these exceptional talents. One had to understand that exceptional talents were geniuses who had left Qing province and reached the end of the universe. Looks like I'm still very far away from him. Meng Lu thought to himself as he clenched his fists, feeling even more indignant. Without a doubt, numerous gazes were focused on Linling. The figure in blue and white robes gave them a mysterious feeling that they could not see through him. All right, I've summoned you all here because of the invitation of the third prince, the great world deity king. The child looked at the crowd and said, everyone should know that the Qingzhou divine bell has rung. The Qing emperor is about to step down. We have been waiting for this moment for tens of thousands of years. Once these words were spoken, everyone's emotions were stirred up. It's actually the third prince's invitation. Luo Riyao secretly said, which made Linling ask curiously, who is the third prince? The Qing emperor's son. Luo Riyao explained, Linling, you should have seen it. This invitation is actually a gathering of the imperial court's forces, and the person behind the imperial court is the third prince. He is a person of great talent and bold vision, standing at the peak of Qing province. His name is also illustrious in Jiuzhou. Hearing this, Linling's pupils constricted. Those who could stand firm in Jiuzhou, none of them were weak. This was something that Li Xiaoyao was most clear about in the past. He could not help but become curious about the third prince. Also, what was the relationship between Grandma Wendao and the third prince? Then why was the imperial court established? According to what I know, the Qing emperor's position is not passed down to the bloodline. As long as one obtains the Son of Heaven's decree, they can be titled as the Qing emperor. Therefore, there seems to be no need for the imperial court to exist. Linling asked in a low voice. The imperial court, the army of Tsang Yen, the left minister's residence, and the imperial court. Their goal is to provoke the experts of Qing province and find someone with the Son of Heaven's decree. In the future, if the Son of Heaven becomes the Qing emperor, then their forces will rise with the tide, and they will be able to last for thousands of years. So that's how it is. Linling secretly nodded. Linling, you also have a high chance of obtaining the Son of Heaven's decree. In the end, you will unify Qing province and become the Qing emperor. Luo Riyao looked at Linling with a burning gaze. Vice Principal Gong was the same. They were all very knowledgeable people, but ever since they met Linling, they realized that anything impossible in front of Linling would become possible. Linling was a person that even they could not see through. This kind of thing, leave it to fate. However, Linling waved his hand. His goal was not only to become the Qing emperor, because he knew that there were many people in Jiuzhou who were stronger than the Qing emperor. The Qing emperor could only be the ruler of Qing province. For example, his biggest enemy, Tianlioli, was definitely in existence that surpassed the Qing emperor. In the past, Tianlioli had given birth to 4 Dantians. After such a long time, who knew if she would give birth to another Dantian? If she had 5 Dantians, and each Dantian was powerful, then not many people would be her opponent. Of course, Linling was also sure that Tianlioli had no hope of giving birth to 7 Dantians. In the whole world, only he, Linling, could do it. All right, let's go see the third prince. After chatting for a while, the children and Mr. Chen led the way out of the manor and into the depths of 5 Ring City. This trip was to the Great Qing Dynasty, which was also the imperial city. The Great Qing Dynasty was the most sacred place in Qing province, and even the 10,000 worlds. The secrets of the universe hidden in the Great Qing Dynasty were countless. In Qing province, those who had the right to step into the imperial city were all top figures in Qing province, and they had to go out of Qing province. Therefore, To be able to go to the imperial city was also a recognition of one's strength. This was also the reason why Thunderclap Mother and the others did not dare to touch Lin Ling, because they knew that the current Lin Ling was not to be underestimated. Along the way, those first-generation talents seemed to be a little excited. Clearly, they could not enter the imperial city every time. Lin Ling, the third prince has high hopes for you. The child called Tong Man slowed down his pace and walked with Lin Ling, smiling slightly. Thank you, but in the imperial court, other than the third prince, there should be some pillars, right? Lin Ling said with a smile that was not a smile. The pillars he was talking about were obviously Grandma Wendao. Tong Man immediately smiled. You will know when the time comes. I can only say that the imperial court is more powerful than you think. Lin Ling agreed with this point, because what he had seen so far was only the tip of the iceberg, but it was already so powerful. If the imperial court sent out all its experts, it would definitely be terrifying. Moreover, although Lin Ling was an first-generation talent, there were still the 9 heavens of Qing province above him. These were also strong opponents. Chapter 2779. Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Lin Ling raised his head. His soul power discovered that the ancient city in the distance had a vast and mighty imperial aura. It was as if all the imperial aura in the world had gathered there. Even he felt like prostrating himself in worship at this moment. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared, causing Tong Man to nod in praise. 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes, one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. This child had clearly seen Lin Ling's talent. Lin Ling had the realm-swallowing beast talent and a fire divine body. His talent seemed heaven-defying, but in reality, Lin Ling's most frightening ability was still the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. He could see through everything. However, after the child finished speaking, he thought Lin Ling would be shocked. In the end, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. He also replied, Destiny God Eye, one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. It is rumored that it can see through all fate and even change fate. It is indeed extraordinary. As soon as Lin Ling said that, the child stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling with an even more serious gaze. He didn't expect Lin Ling to also see through his true body. Both of them were one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. Of course, the child also didn't know that Lin Ling had the time-space divine steel. This talent wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. Moreover, the most frightening one was the primal chaos divine formula. This was the most heaven-defying technique in the 9 provinces. No wonder Grandma Wendao said that Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated no matter if it was the previous life or the current life. Today, I see that it is indeed so. Seeing Lin Ling walk further and further away, the child muttered to himself. He took a step forward and caught up to Lin Ling. The others didn't hear their conversation. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked. This was because Lin Ling's talent was actually the same as Tong Man's. Moreover, this child's status was noble. Everyone could see for themselves. This meant that Lin Ling had already surpassed all the exceptional talents here. Everyone entered the imperial city. The imperial city was shrouded in mist. Giants walked back and forth in the distance. These giants were hundreds of meters tall and wore large armor. When they walked, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Divine guards. Next to Lin Ling, an exceptional talent cried out in alarm. Obviously, these were the guards of the imperial city. They didn't expect the guards of the great Azure divine dynasty to be giants. Those guards are stronger than us. No matter if it's one-on-one or a group battle, we are no match for them. Tan Tai Bingdai said from the side. Lin Ling also nodded. Only now did he discover that out of everyone here, their group of exceptional talents had the lowest cultivation realms. And all of this was hard to accept. After all, if exceptional talents were placed in the 3 great academies, every single one of them would be existences that surpassed elders. It could only be said that 5 Ring City's foundation was too deep. Mr. Chin, Tong, and the others. Seeing this, everyone bowed slightly. The third prince, one of the people behind the scenes of the imperial court. His strength was enough to cover the sky in Green Province. Even Lin Ling was curious. His soul force quietly spread out, wanting to see through the third prince's true body. However, the curtain around the third prince was extremely mysterious. It actually blocked his soul force from spreading. At this time, a large number of figures walked out from within the imperial city. They were all extremely powerful individuals. Their expressions were cold, and their movements carried a merciless wind. This was one of the 4 giants of Green Province, the Blue Flame Army. It was unknown who was the leader of this group, but there were many exceptional talents mixed in. Moreover, today seemed to be the day the 4 giants of Green Province gathered. Because, in the distance, another group of people arrived. They were people from Imperial Censor Dragon Court. They all had the aura of a dragon on their bodies. They were wise and powerful. Among them, Azure Dragon Manor's Manor Lord was also there. Of course, in front of Imperial Censor Dragon Court, he could only be a follower. At this time, the exceptional talents beside Lin Ling were even more shocked. This was a gathering of Green Province's experts. At this time, another group of people arrived. They were from the Left Minister's Manor. This group of people were dressed like scholars, but there was a divine aura on their bodies. What powerful talents! Lin Ling stared at these people. He discovered that they all had divine physiques. Many of them even surpassed first-grade divine physiques. Were these the most powerful existences in Green Province? Third Prince, Great World Deity King, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are favored by my father. Your people killed my divine judgment. Could it be that you don't want an explanation? While everyone was shocked, suddenly, a cold shout rang out. It was the roar of a dragon. It was as if the world was submitting to its will. A finger crossed the sky. With speed exceeding 10 realms, it shot towards the Imperial Court's geniuses. That aura was so powerful that it made all of the exceptional talents' expressions change. So powerful. However, the master of the proud child was not a pushover. The curtain of the proud child fluttered open, and a fair arm stretched out. It grew bigger with the wind, and actually turned into a huge stone arm of an ancient ape. It collided with the finger. Hong Long Long. 2 types of terrifying power collided. It was as if the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The exceptional talent's footsteps were unsteady. They staggered backwards, affected by the power of the collision between the 2 experts. Lin Ling, be careful. Vice Principal Gong, Sunset Brilliance, and the others were worried about Lin Ling. They hurriedly leapt over, but they discovered that Lin Ling only took a step back. There wasn't much harm done to him. I'm fine. Meanwhile, right now, Lin Ling waved his hand. He cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, each of his great domains powerful. His foundation was more solid than all of the exceptional talents, so he was naturally less affected. Then, his eyes became serious as he watched the collision before him. He was shocked at the strength of these 2 experts. The one who took action is the 99th Prince, Emperor Qing's son, who has the reputation of having the world submit to him. He is also one of the people behind Imperial Censor Dragon Court. Last time, you killed Mo Lao. Imperial Censor Dragon Court originally wanted to move against you, but unfortunately, they were suppressed by the 3rd Prince. In the end, they didn't dare act blindly without thinking. Only when the 99th Prince came did he not seem to fear the 3rd Prince, directly taking action. Sunset Brilliance explained. The world submit to him. Could it be that you dare to act recklessly in the Imperial City? At this moment, the voice of that genius sounded. It was neither male nor female, making it impossible to see through what kind of existence this was. Heng! From Imperial Censor Dragon Court's side, a cold snort sounded. They finally stopped. Consider yourself lucky. However, that world submit to him still spoke with mockery. The expert from Imperial Censor Dragon Court also had a cold smile on his face, as if he had already suppressed the Imperial City. Among them, there were also many people that Lin Ling was familiar with, such as the Sovereign Marquis. Their cold gazes were more or less focused on Lin Ling. Lin Ling turned a blind eye to this. The exceptional talents beside him had a serious expression. They roughly knew that the 99th prince had taken action because of Lin Ling. They didn't expect that in the imperial city, where there were as many experts as there were hairs on a cow, Lin Ling had just arrived, and these experts had already taken action for him. This time, the 4 magnates have gathered for the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Finally, the left minister's resident spoke. This was also the reason why the 4 magnates of Qing province had gathered. Chapter 2780. One move. However, the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal has a spirit. Only true immortal realm martial artists can enter the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. If an expert above the true immortal realm tries to take the seal, the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal will fly away and disappear in Azure Province. Therefore, only true immortal realm martial artists can go and take the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. Whoever obtains the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal, the Emperor's mandate will be activated. On the left minister's side, a young man looked at the book in his hand and said, "This seemed to be the rule of Azure Province." The Azure Province divine bell rang, which meant that the Azure Emperor had fallen. However, the Emperor's mandate could only be activated after the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal was taken out. This was a rule that was different from the other dynasties. This rule had been around for countless years. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was a divine dynasty. Naturally, it was not something an ordinary dynasty could compare to. The rules were definitely different. This also meant that the future Azure Emperor might very well be anyone here. It might be the 3rd prince, or the 99th prince, or even one of their first talents. First generation of the Imperial Court. If you can obtain the Azure Emperor Imperial Jade Seal, you can raise any conditions you want. On the Imperial Court's side, the 3rd prince quietly said. This time, all the first generation were shocked. They could raise any conditions? This was a heavenly reward. Finally, something that can make me interested. Lin Ling's lips curled up into a smile. Ever since he was invited, he had seen many experts in the 5th ring city. However, they were useless to him. Now, the real reward had appeared. After all, what he lacked the most were heavenly treasures. While the first generation was pleasantly surprised, the people of the Imperial Court strode forward. The other 3 magnates did the same. Along the way, other than the giant divine guards, they did not see anyone else. It seemed that the people of the Imperial Court also knew that today was a crucial moment. Thus, they did not casually go out. Finally, they arrived at a huge hall. Outside the hall, there were carvings of phoenixes and deers. It looked very sacred. However, after entering the hall, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. A huge black hole was extremely eye-catching in the vast expanse of whiteness. If you want to enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, you must be recognized by Wu Zhen's statue. An expert spoke. The 4 giants people were all looking at their own camp's exceptional talents. Not only was this a chance to seize the Green Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, it was also a chance to test their strength. If any of the magnates were stronger, it would undoubtedly raise the morale of the people, and the influence of the magnates in the Qing province would also be stronger. Of course, there were 4 statues in each of the 4 corners of the palace. Thus, the 4 magnates were also competing to see who could enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion with more people. On the Imperial Dynasty's side was a 9-headed phoenix statue. It looked real and gave off an inviolable aura. I'll go first. It's just a statue. I can destroy it within 10 moves. The group had just arrived in front of the statue when a youth in his 20s stepped forward. His aura was like that of a dragon or a tiger. It was obvious at a glance that he was an existence that could not be underestimated. He had activated his powerful innate talent in martial arts. His ultimate martial Dao had actually reached the Dao domain realm. He punched out, but in the blink of an eye, he had actually punched out 1 billion times. Moreover, when he punched out, he also smiled at Lin Ling. In reality, he was smiling at Tantai Bingdai and Xian Linglong. These 2 were heavenly beauties who had moved the youth's heart for a long time. Now, this punch should be enough to move them. However, the 2 women's expressions were calm. They were unmoved. Even so, The youth comforted himself by thinking that the two women had been moved by him. Rumble. The nine-headed phoenix emitted a rumbling sound. Gradually, cracks appeared on its surface. Before the time it took to burn 3 incense sticks was up, it finally shattered. This made the youth almost roar at the sky. This result was not bad. If you were a breath later, you wouldn't even have been able to enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, Tong Man's tender voice rang out. It directly made the youth's pupils constrict. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched. It was extremely humiliating. Was this just barely passing? After becoming an exceptional talent, he was the most dazzling existence wherever he went. This was the first time he had been so humiliated. Truly useless. At the same time, that Tantai Bingdai walked out. Meanwhile, the statue that shattered previously condensed once more. A crystal divine butterfly appeared behind Tantai Bingdai. It seemed to be a second-grade divine body. Together with her powerful martial arts and cultivation realm, she actually shattered the statue in 2 incense sticks worth of time. Tantai Bingdai, so formidable. That kick from before, I fear not many in the true deity realm can block it. Those exceptional talents all released cries of alarm. Even Luo Riyao and the others nodded inwardly. Tantai Bingdai, this exceptional talent strength was not bad. She had a high chance of becoming one of Green Province's 9 great heavens. As an exceptional talent, I had to use up 3 incense sticks worth of time to break a trifling statue. Truly shameful. Shame. That Tantai Bingdai walked back. A streak of light surrounded her body from the palace, representing that she could enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Her words undoubtedly made the youth's face turn green and rainbow, so embarrassed that he almost dug a hole to crawl into. He was a glorious emperor-level existence in 10,000 worlds, yet he was actually inferior to a woman. Then, the exceptional talents all took turns to fight. There were roughly 20 exceptional talents in the imperial court. However, from the looks of it, Tantai Bingdai's strength was the strongest. Soon after, it was Lin Ling's turn. At this moment, not only exceptional talents, even Tong Man and the others looked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was one of the 3 with the lowest cultivation realm among the exceptional talents. However, he had defeated Zhang Qingyang before, so his strength was not to be underestimated. That was why how many moves would he use? Meng Lu and Xian Lingling also looked at Lin Ling. It was because Lin Ling was from the same batch of geniuses as them, so they were extremely conflicted. They hoped that Lin Ling could succeed, but they also hoped that Lin Ling would fail. If he succeeded, Lin Ling would also help the 3 of them gain some face. If he failed, this meant that Lin Ling wasn't that much stronger than them. As for the other exceptional talents, especially the youth from the very beginning, right now, he looked at Lin Ling with mockery. Previously, he was the one who had lost the most face, so he naturally hoped that someone would be at the bottom. If there was someone who couldn't break through the statue, then that would be a joke. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm, not too fast or too slow. When he sensed a mysterious power envelop him, he knew that the statue had already begun to test him. He merged the power of his 3 dantians, but he didn't activate the evil flame transformation. Instead, he relied on his powerful realm essence and the realm-devouring beast's power to form a fist that smashed outwards. This fist speed was extremely fast, but it was direct and efficient, smashing down on the ancient statue like a hammer. The statue immediately began to tremble, but it still remained steady and unmoving, as if it was sacred and inviolable. At the same time, Lin Ling walked back, making everyone frown slightly. Did Lin Ling fail or succeed? As soon as this thought appeared, that statue began to crack, and then it exploded. One move. One move. Chapter 2781. The condition to obtain the Azure Thearka's Jade Seal. Lin Ling was only at the 6th level of True God Realm, yet he destroyed the statue with one punch. This was too illogical. How did this guy do it? Tong Man squinted his eyes. Although he had the Destiny God Eye, he couldn't see through Lin Ling at this moment. In fact, Vice Principal Gong and the others were the same. They couldn't see through Lin Ling even when they were on the heaven-surpassing list. Lin Ling's realm didn't seem high, but he was able to release boundary essence that exceeded his realm. It was extremely strange. Most importantly, no matter what method they used, even if they used the Heavenly Eye divine ability, they couldn't see through Lin Ling's mysteries. They could only say that Lin Ling was a monster. They naturally didn't know that Lin Ling's primal chaos divine formula was his greatest secret. Not to mention them, even the Azure the Arch wouldn't be able to see through it. Truly powerful. The other exceptional talents were more or less convinced. When Lin Ling defeated Zhang Qingyang, they thought that Lin Ling relied on unorthodox methods. Now, it seemed that it wasn't just that. Especially the youth who had been waiting to watch a good show. At this moment he was dejected. All of them were stronger than him. He, an exceptional talent, couldn't even compare to these rising stars. After Lin Ling passed, Xian Linglong and Meng Lu also made their moves. Xian Linglong's result was the worst. When 3 incense sticks' time was about to end, she barely destroyed the statue. Meng Lu was slightly better, but his result wasn't dazzling either. After all, their realms were lower than Lin Ling's, so this was normal. Of course, those who wanted to enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion weren't just exceptional talents. There were also many descendants of ancient factions. However, most of them failed and could only look up at the exceptional talents. In the end, 25 people from the imperial court entered the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Lin Ling, as expected of the most monstrous genius. It's an honor to meet you. You're only at the 6th level of True God Realm. If you reach the peak of True God Realm, your strength will be unimaginable. After entering the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, you have to take care of us. Those exceptional talents all walked towards Lin Ling. Even though they didn't know why Lin Ling was so powerful, everyone had their own secrets. Even they had their own. Therefore, they wouldn't ask why Lin Ling was so strong. Instead, they wanted to make friends with him. This junior martial brother Lin Ling, if we meet at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, I hope you can take care of me. The young man from before also walked over at this moment. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a bitter smile. You were rejoicing in my misfortune before. Don't you feel ashamed saying this now? Tantai Bingdai glared at the youth and said sarcastically. The young man's face dimmed when he heard this. He smiled awkwardly and left silently. He also felt that his request was a bit too much. It is okay, we are all from the imperial dynasty. Since we met, of course, we will take care of each other. However, just as he moved, Lin Ling said with a grin. These words made the young man's body tremble. His eyes became a bit moist. In a world where strength was respected, the weak didn't have any right to speak. Even when the young man ruled everything, he didn't put the weak in his eyes. Now, he was clearly at the bottom. He should have been mocked and looked down on by everyone, but who knew that Lin Ling didn't blame him or mock him? Instead, he treated everyone equally. Thank you. There were thousands of words in his heart, but in the end, he could only say one sentence. Lin Ling waved his hand and smiled. He didn't seem to care too much. All right, these 25 people, prepare to enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Let me say this first. Even though everyone will benefit from finding the Qing Province Imperial Jade Seal, the first person to find the seal will receive a certain amount of the Emperor's fate. This is the same for the magnates he belongs to. Therefore, the 4 magnates will compete with each other. Naturally, there will be no lack of danger. After entering the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, you must be careful. Tong Man said with his hands behind his back. He looked like a child, but he was like a respected senior. Yes, sir. All the exceptional talents said one after another. Then, everyone walked towards the mysterious black hole. Along the way, they noticed that the other 3 magnates had also entered the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. When they looked at each other, battle intent filled the air. The gazes of the Azure Dragon King and the Sovereign Marquis landed on Lin Ling. They thought about the sky-surpassing ranking and then thought about Lin Ling's current status. They realized that Lin Ling's rise was too fast. It was beyond their expectations. If there's a chance, kill him. The Azure Dragon King's mouth moved slightly. He transmitted his voice to an exceptional talent, causing the latter's eyes to turn cold. When everyone was about to enter the black hole, Tong Man looked at everyone and said again, "According to the rules from 300,000 years ago, if you want to obtain the Qing Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, you must go through many trials in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Among them, there are the 5 elements of cloud, ghost, god, devil, thunder, wind, and so on. Everyone must be careful. If you can't get it, then retreat. Because even if you can't get it, others can. There's no need to lose your life for the Qing Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal." That's right. If you don't have such a big head, then don't wear such a big hat. If you overestimate yourself, then you will die in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The other magnates also spoke one after another. Hearing those words, the expressions of the exceptional talents froze. It seemed like this process wouldn't be easy. Of course, there were some powerful exceptional talents who had confident smiles on their faces. Among them, there were 10 people who were the proudest. They were the 10 strongest among the exceptional talents. "Tantai Bing Dai, we must represent the imperial court and obtain the Qing Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Don't worry, I have absolute confidence." There were also a few top 10 exceptional talents in the imperial court. At this moment, they were all smiling. Tantai Bingdai looked at Lin Ling and said, "Junior brother Lin Ling, if there's anything you don't understand, after we enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, I will tell you if there's a chance." "Thank you," Lin Ling replied with a smile. However, his eyes kept flickering. The trials of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the 5 elements of cloud, ghost, god, devil, thunder, wind, and so on? Weren't those the trials he encountered in the cloud's sacred ground? Moreover, the Qing Province Divine Bell and the Qing Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal should be related. This also meant that if Lin Ling reached the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, those trials would be as easy as drinking water to him. After all, he had already experienced those trials in the cloud's sacred ground. Lin Ling, don't underestimate the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. In the historical records, many sovereigns who wanted to obtain the Qing Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal all died in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Xian Linglong immediately reminded when she saw Lin Ling's smiling face without any signs of nervousness. At this moment, she was no longer as arrogant towards Lin Ling as before. She knew that this young man's identity was actually above hers. "Yes, do everything within your capabilities." The Palace Lord of the White Tiger Divine Palace, Bai Xiaoyang, also spoke. These famous experts of the Qing province obviously placed great importance on Lin Ling. "Thank you, but the Copper Sparrow Pavilion shouldn't be too difficult." Lin Ling's heart felt warm as he replied with a smile. Chapter 2782. Bullying with Numbers. Shameless boasting. Who is this guy? How can a 6th-level true god be so arrogant? He just wants to attract the attention of the big shots. I'm guessing that if he reaches the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, even if he isn't killed, he'll be scared to death. The other magnates said with disdain. They obviously didn't know Lin Ling. Even if they knew him, they wouldn't put him in their eyes. Of course, if Tantai Bingdai and the others hadn't interacted with Lin Ling before and were familiar with Lin Ling's strength, they wouldn't have put Lin Ling in their eyes either. Lin Ling only smiled at everyone's disdain. He was too lazy to explain anything. As for Tong Man and the others, they wanted to retort, but Lin Ling's words were too arrogant. Even they didn't believe him. Then, everyone stepped into the black hole. The ancient black hole was mysterious and vast. After entering, ancient songs rang in everyone's ears. They seemed to be narrating the history of the Green State. This was one of the core areas of the Green State. There were countless warriors in the Green State, but only a few could enter. Every one of them represented the future of the Green State. After a while, the mysterious songs disappeared. Lin Ling stood on a hill and looked into the distance. The sky here was black. Ancient rocks, walls, and stone pillars covered the ground. It was as if this was a corner abandoned by the world. He didn't know if this was a type of void or a type of barrier. However, Lin Ling still found it difficult to move even an inch from where he was. "Lin Ling, it's you." At this time, a cry of surprise rang out from afar. Then, a figure shot over with the speed of 3 realms. Lin Ling realized that this person was the young man who was mocked before. He was also from the imperial court. It was obvious that they were in the same boat. Where are the others? Lin Ling asked immediately. I don't know. That black hole seems to have randomly scattered people. Also, I met a mountain-cleaving giant earlier. I heard that this mountain-cleaving giant was the divine guard of the previous Azure Emperor. Because the Azure Emperor was abdicated, he was punished to guard the Copper Sparrow Terrace. It's those giants from the Imperial City, right? They seem to be very strong. Yes, every one of them is an existence that surpasses the true God realm. However, the spiritual energy here seems to be very weak. Hence, those giants are still peak true God realm existences. If it's just one of these giants, it won't be a problem. But if there are too many of them, it will be troublesome. The two of them chatted as they walked. Not long after, in a valley, they discovered a golden light spreading out. When they got closer, they saw that there were many golden stones scattered on the ground. The stones had a rich spiritual chi and were extremely extraordinary. Around those rocks, a woman was also standing there in shock. Emperor crystals. The man beside Lin Ling was the first to exclaim. Emperor crystals were the crystallization of divine crystals. It was also the Emperor of divine crystals. It was said that it was formed by the suppression of space, the universe, and the void. An Emperor crystal contained 10,000 times more spiritual energy than a divine crystal. However, the man's voice immediately frightened the woman. Her expression changed drastically. Without another word, she immediately rushed out of the valley and tried to fly away. Fian, don't run. It's me, Chinandu. Seeing that the other party was like a frightened rabbit, the young man beside Lin Ling immediately shouted. The woman who originally wanted to run stopped. When she saw Lin Ling and Chinandu, not only was she not shocked, she even smiled excitedly. Because she was also from the Imperial City. Previously, she thought that she was discovered by the other magnates, so she quickly ran away. Because in a place like the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, if the other magnates met her and killed her, no one would know. No one would step forward for her. Her life depended on the mood of others. Lin Ling, senior brother Nandu. Then, the woman called Fian floated down with a smile on her face. Lin Ling was immediately speechless. This woman was also like a fairy, who knew that she was so timid. Junior brother Lin Ling, these Emperor crystals, how about the 3 of us share them? Fian said again. Lin Ling and Chinandu were both from the Imperial City, so she knew that they wouldn't harm her. All right. Lin Ling and Chinandu immediately nodded and quickly collected them. This Copper Sparrow Pavilion probably hasn't been visited by anyone for 100,000 years. Ordinary divine crystals have been suppressed into Emperor crystals here. Most importantly, these Emperor crystals probably cover the entire Copper Sparrow Pavilion. If we can collect them, our trip won't be in vain. After collecting them, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. In the past, the rainforest market was very helpful to him. It could provide him with an endless supply of cultivation resources. However, as he became stronger, that little bit of harvest was no longer enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Therefore, Emperor crystals were what Lin Ling valued most at the moment. Moreover, in order to test the power of the Emperor crystals, Lin Ling directly refined a few pieces. Rumble. While the 3 of them were traveling, Lin Ling successfully broke through and reached the 7th level of the True God realm. Fian and Chinandu both stood there dumbfounded. Their jaws almost fell off. Broke through in an instant? What kind of cultivation technique did this junior brother Lin Ling cultivate? It was so heaven-defying. Or did his innate talent have a special effect? It was simply too perverse. In reality, Lin Ling was also shocked. He never thought that the effects of Emperor crystals would be so good. Moreover, Li Xiaoyao also had Emperor crystals in the past, but the cultivation effect wasn't as obvious as now. However, Lin Ling understood after thinking about it. He cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, and all 3 areas were at the peak state. Therefore, once he had cultivation resources, He could instantly break through and break the original balance of the three areas. And with his strength breaking through, Lin Ling also became more confident about the following journey. The three of them continued forward. Along the way, they also met other giants' first talents. However, the other party was alone. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling and the other two, they cried out and ran far away without saying a word. Although there were differences in strength among these first talents, the difference in strength wasn't big. One person fighting three people, that was just courting death. Is there a need to be so scared? Seeing this, Lin Ling also shook his head speechlessly. Hee, everyone is in the true God realm. Bullying with numbers, the one with fewer people must be scared. Fian seemed to be very happy and explained at this moment. Of course, the reason why she was happy was because she was traveling together with Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was also obvious to all. However, bullying with numbers wasn't just Lin Ling and the others. Others also began to bully Lin Ling and the others. Only 3 people? Along the way, on a few huge stone pillars, 4 figures stood there like gods and smiled at Lin Ling and the others. Qing Xian, this is Lin Ling who killed the son of your Azure Dragon Divine Manor? One of them smiled and asked. That's right. This Lin Ling is very impressive. He killed Lei Tianlan, cleared the Sky Surpass ranking, and even killed Zhang Qingyang. Don't underestimate him. Another person replied. He doesn't even have the peak of True God Realm. Although he has a divine body, is he really that powerful? Chapter 2783. Bullying with Numbers? The others also spoke up one after another, as if they were treating Lin Ling's group like lambs. You too, slap yourselves 3 times and then get the hell out of here. Seeing that you're all Qing Province's exceptional talents, I'll spare your lives. Lin Ling, those 2 don't include you. Don't think too much, you have to stay. After talking, the 4 looked at Lin Ling's group, as if saying that 4 against 3, they had no chance of winning. It's the Dragon's Flower Miss Teeth, Gan Jingqing, Cheng Tian, and Mo Zhuangbai. Beside Lin Ling, Fian and the others' expressions became serious. There were only 100 exceptional talents, so they could easily recognize each other. Those 4 were not weak, and it would be hard for them to win one-on-one, let alone when the other side had one more person than them. Junior brother Lin Ling, what do we do? Chen Nan hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Although the other side gave them a chance to run, they didn't want to run, because if the imperial court knew, they would definitely blame them, and the other exceptional talents would laugh at them. If they fought head-on, they wouldn't gain any benefits, and it would be dangerous. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled slightly. What do we do? Let's eat. These words stunned Fian and the others. What did he mean? However, Lin Ling didn't explain, and instead looked at the 4 on the stone pillars. Of the 4 of you, 1 must stay. The other 3, slap yourselves 3 times and get the hell out of here. Seeing that we're all exceptional talents of Qing Province, I'll spare your lives. When these words came out, not only Fian and the others, but even the 4 on the stone pillars were stunned. Lin Ling was this confident? Shameless boasting, I'll break your arrogant teeth first. Remember my name, Dragon's Flower Miss Teeth. One of them said coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful aura erupted. A first-grade divine body, Dao Domain Ultimate Martial Path, and peak true immortal realm strength. This exceptional talent strength was indeed impressive. Ancient dragons formed from flowers immediately flew out and sealed the space around Lin Ling's group. This move could be described as a thunderbolt. Remember your name? I have to say, your name is long and stinky. Lin Ling was still smiling. With a wave of his right hand, the Azura sword array shot out, transforming into numerous swords. Mixed with a powerful sword heart, they shot straight at those ancient dragons. At the same time, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed down fiercely. Even though he was facing 4 exceptional talents, he didn't even need to activate the evil flame transformation. By relying on the merging of his 3 great dantians, his realm essence already surpassed any true deity realm expert. Rumble. The terrifying sword was direct and efficient, actually chopping the ancient dragons into pieces one after another. This simple and crude scene directly left all of the exceptional talents shocked. Even though they already recognized Lin Ling as a true exceptional talent, when Chen Nan and the other exceptional talents saw themselves, weren't they just as terrified? That was why they never expected Lin Ling, this up-and-coming youngster, to be this powerful. Most importantly, it seemed that Lin Ling's attack was very simple. Of course, what shocked them had yet to come. Lin Ling's feet moved, and the Seven Realms' speed erupted. This speed was unmatched even among exceptional talents. A sword had already appeared above the head of the exceptional talent who attacked first. Moreover, cold light flickered as it slashed down. "I want to see how you're going to break my teeth." That sword was majestic, and it directly made startling Dragon Hua Weia's lips tremble. This Lin Ling's speed was this fast? Moreover, he broke his full power attack in one move? At this moment, he was a bit alarmed. Don't be afraid of him. He should have used some illusory methods to intimidate you. In reality, he's just strong on the outside. Don't forget, you're an exceptional talent, and he's also an exceptional talent. Moreover, he's just an exceptional talent who just advanced. On the other stone pillars, the other three people all spoke coldly. In their eyes, entering the ranks of exceptional talents from the first generation required at least 1,000 years of time. Moreover, this was a peak-level genius. For an exceptional talent like Lin Ling, if he wanted to gain a foothold among the 100 exceptional talents, he would need at least 3,000 years. That was why Lin Ling, to all of these exceptional talents, was a newcomer. Hearing this, startling Dragon Hua Weia's confidence became quite a bit stronger. He prepared to face Lin Ling's sword head-on. However, he was very unyielding at first, but as Lin Ling's sharp sword heart descended, he became more and more flustered. "Senior brother, something doesn't seem right." He released a cry of alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. That sword strike had directly slashed him into two, and all of his techniques were useless. One had to understand that in the past, Lin Ling could kill Zhang Qingyang in one move if he used his full power. Now, his cultivation realm had increased again, and his strength had increased by 30%. These exceptional talents were comparable to Zhang Qingyang in strength, so how could they block Lin Ling's sword? After startling Dragon Hua Weia died, the three exceptional talents on the stone pillars were all stupefied, especially the one from Azure Dragon Manor. He continuously shook his head, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. It was because according to Azure Dragon King's instructions, Lin Ling shouldn't be this strong. "Qing Xian, is there a mistake in your information?" Finally, the other two also spoke up. "How would I know?" That exceptional talent called Qing Xian roared in reply. The three of them no longer had their previous carefree expressions, appearing rather anxious. This made the expressions of Chen Nan and the others on the ground extremely brilliant. Junior brother Lin Ling's strength was even greater than they had imagined. Bullying others with numbers. Right now, it's 3 against 3, right? If you people want to suppress others, could it be that you don't understand the other party's strength first? Sigh. Lin Ling stood in the sky with his sword in hand. He indifferently said, "I'll give you all a chance. Slap yourselves 3 times and leave Azure Dragon Manor's people behind. Everyone else can get lost." Sigh. "In your dreams?" "Yes." Those 3 exceptional talents all replied at the same time. There were only 100 exceptional talents, every single one of them the most dazzling existences in the 3 great academies. Now they were told to slap their own faces and then get lost. This was something they had never done in their entire lives, to the extent where they had never even thought about it. "In your dreams?" "Yes." Lin Ling laughed. Flames appeared on the surface of his body, the evil flame transformation activated. An ancient heart began to beat. With a step, Lin Ling appeared with lightning speed. A sword appeared above one of their heads, and then it fiercely hacked down. "Breathing earth space." Yes. That exceptional talent's strength wasn't weak. He immediately erupted with full power. Surging earth appeared, unexpectedly creating a great earth-shaking scene. However, it was still useless. His natural talents and strength, compared to geniuses at the same cultivation realm, were indeed formidable. However, Lin Ling's realm essence was at the same cultivation realm as his. After the evil flame transformation was used, Lin Ling could be considered an exceptional talent with the greatest realm essence in the true deity realm. Hong Long Long. Under this sword, the great earth was hacked open, earth and rocks flying in all directions. That exceptional talent who was risking his life was killed by a single sword. In that short period of time, 2 sword strikes killed 2 exceptional talents, leaving the remaining 2 even more horrified. Chapter 2784. People from the Zhua clan. Lin Ling, do you know where they come from? If you kill them, you're dead for sure. Their backgrounds aren't something you can provoke. One of the exceptional talents roared. That was indeed the case. Those who could become exceptional talents were all descendants of nobles. Their backgrounds were not small. Regarding this, Lin Ling did not say anything. A blazing fireball appeared in his hand, the wheel of flame appeared. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, making the 2 of them want to say something, but they no longer dared to, because that fierce fireball gave them too much pressure. I'll slap myself 3 times, let me scram. Scram. The unyielding exceptional talent quickly begged for mercy. As soon as the words left his mouth, he gave himself 3 crisp slaps. Those 3 slaps even knocked out his teeth. Too late. Scram. However, Lin Ling shook his head. With a wave of his left hand, the rolling wheel of flame drifted out. Although this wheel of flame was not in the form of a flame coffin, Lin Ling's 3 dantians merged, the power was already beyond imagination. No, Qing Xian, you've killed me. Who said Lin Ling is an existence that can be trampled on? Scram. Seeing this, that exceptional talent cursed continuously, pushing all of his anger onto the Azure Dragon Manor's head. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Fight. Scram. Qing Xian was also cursing the Azure Dragon King inwardly. This Azure Dragon Manor's information was wrong, causing him to die. But what was the use? He could only fight with his life on the line. The 2 exchanged a glance, then immediately erupted with full strength. True God martial spirits appeared, and both of them had the power of the first seal, increasing their world essence by a large amount. On the left, within the soaring dragon space, a 2-headed azure dragon appeared. The left dragon head floated in ice, while the right dragon head spat out fire. The 2 forces of ice and fire merged, forming a dazzling pearl, as if 2 dragons were playing with a pearl. An ancient book appeared in the other exceptional talent's hand. He silently chanted, and behind him, a strong gust of wind appeared. That was a green wind, and even a man who looked like a wind god appeared, spreading his arms as if he wanted to blow away heaven and earth. Great Pagoda Art Scene Scroll. It was undeniable that those who could become exceptional talents were all exceptional. In the 4-ring city, apart from those old monsters, ordinary people were not their opponents. So strong. When they sensed that the 2 exceptional talents were going all out, Chen Nan and the others' expressions all became serious. They also hurriedly leapt backwards, because the 2 exceptional talents working together wasn't something they could stop. The 2 forces charged towards the flame wheel, and the surging astral winds caused Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. However, he shook his head and said, "Still too weak." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. As soon as he turned around, 3 types of energy erupted. The ancient earth seemed to have been overturned. If it was placed in the myriad worlds, it would have been enough to destroy 1,000 realms. Moreover, the 3 types of energy were evenly matched at first. However, when the flame wheel expanded and was about to explode, the other 2 types of energy melted like tofu and disappeared with a loud bang. Rumble. The wheel of flame continued to explode, incinerating everything. Those 2 exceptional talents released sinister cries. They were continuously destroyed, and before they died, they only had one thought, which was to bully others with numbers. This was useless against Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's strength was clearly greater than any other exceptional talents. Moreover, he wasn't just twice as strong. Is this junior brother Lin Ling's full strength? What a powerful attack. Chen Nan and the others looked forward, not saying anything for a long time. Although they also knew that Lin Ling was very strong, only after seeing it with their own eyes did they know how strong he was. Lin Ling's realm essence was too majestic, and it didn't seem like something a true immortal realm expert should have. Then, they saw Lin Ling walk out from the multicolored flames. Are you still in the true immortal realm? Realm essence is endless, and that flame sphere technique is too heaven-defying. Fian was the first to cry out in alarm, and she quickly walked towards Lin Ling, making Lin Ling shake his head. It's not that my technique is heaven-defying, but that they really aren't strong. They still call themselves not strong? Do you know what an exceptional talent is? Any one of them, if placed in Three-Ring City, would be the strongest existence. Chen Nan's voice was sharp, as if he wanted to explain something. Because Lin Ling's reaction was too calm, wasn't it? He actually didn't have any pride? There's always someone better, a mountain higher. Not to mention other things, just Qing Province's 9 great heavens isn't something we can defeat. That's why defeating an exceptional talent isn't worth making a fuss about nothing. Lin Ling replied helplessly. After defeating Zhang Qingyang, he no longer placed exceptional talents in his eyes, so he didn't understand why these two fellows were so excited. Fian and Chen Nan both looked at each other, and in the end, they were completely speechless. If everyone was like Lin Ling, just becoming an exceptional talent, but killing exceptional talents as easy as drinking water, then they really didn't need to cultivate anymore. Fortunately, there weren't many people like this, only Lin Ling alone. Fian, don't speak of what happened before, so as to avoid new problems. Then, Chen Nan said to Fian. The 100 exceptional talents, they all knew each other, so they knew that the other party's backing was very powerful. If today's matter was spoken of, it would definitely be quite troublesome. Fian hurriedly nodded. Then, in the ruins ahead, they searched for the treasures left behind by the two. However, as soon as their voices fell, a faintly discernible chuckle sounded. Of those 4 just now, 2 were from Blue Flame's army, and 2 were from Imperial Censor Dragon Court. They died, so this matter is no small matter. When this voice sounded, Fian and Chen Nan's expressions changed greatly, and they looked into the distance. Exceptional talents, every single one of them were extremely noble, and they were also nurtured by giants after spending large amounts of resources. Now that they died, the giants would definitely be displeased, and if the giants weren't willing to let this matter go, pursuing this matter even if they died, then there would indeed be endless troubles. That was why the exceptional talents who entered the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, even if they could kill their opponents, they still wouldn't easily expose themselves as the culprits. At the same time, on the distant red earth, 2 illusory figures appeared, as if they were reflections of water ripples. Right now, they were smiling as they looked over. We saw something we shouldn't have seen, so are you going to kill us to silence us? Or do we need to compensate a bit? One of them said with a smile. They were both dressed like scholars, cultured and refined. One had a jade zither on his back, while the other held a flute. However, the 2 of them looked a bit similar, so they should be a pair of brothers. Left Minister's residence? Chen Nan's group asked with a frown. Correct, and they are even people from the Zhou family. The youth with the jade zither on his back replied with a smile. Zhou family? Hearing this, Fian couldn't help but gasp. The left minister's residence had many subordinates and exceptional talents, but the Zhou family represented people with the left minister's bloodline, so their status was even more noble than ordinary exceptional talents and subordinates. No need to be so alarmed, we only have one question. After you answer us, we will immediately leave, and we will also pretend that we didn't see anything before. Seeing Fian and the others become silent, the youth with the flute spoke again. Chapter 2785. Fragmentation First Generation. It's the zither and flute duo, Lin Ling. They're not simple. Chen Nandu also secretly reminded him, of the 100 exceptional talents, 40% have actually left Qing province. Although the rest have also left, they have not gone to the other divine prefectures. Therefore, those 40% are stronger than us, and their status is higher. It is said that they have even seen Emperor Qing. Therefore, these exceptional talents are also called shattering exceptional talents. This means that they want to shatter their position as exceptional talents and step into a wider sky. Hearing that, Lin Ling immediately nodded. His face was calm as he said to the two people, "This is between me and them. What does it have to do with you? You are sneaking around and peeking. Is this what you call the first generation? Hiding? You think too highly of yourself. I admit that you're strong, but you can't defeat us with that move. However, the Imperial Dragon Court and the Blue Flame Army have nothing to do with us. That's why we're too lazy to help them. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive? That's right. The other three magnates are fighting each other. Why should we help them?" The two young men said calmly. "If we're fighting each other, then who do you think you are?" Lin Ling's voice turned cold. Since the two of them didn't want to interfere, they could just stand by and watch. There was no need for them to be so pretentious. "We're nothing, but we're the fragmentation first generation that you need to look up to. We also have the supreme status that you've been chasing. Of course, you can be stubborn, but we all know the truth. Now, I won't talk nonsense with you. Tell me, how did you defeat them? Why is your Jie Yuan comparable to the peak of the true immortal realm when you're only a level 7 true god?" The young man with the zither said indifferently, "Is it a cultivation technique, talent, or even a treasure? Just tell us and we'll leave." The other person said, "So this was their purpose for coming here. They were curious about Lin Ling's cultivation method. Of course, they were also greedy. However, it was a taboo for cultivators to ask about cultivation techniques. Not to mention Qing province, even in the 10,000 worlds, it was forbidden. Once it was mentioned, it was equivalent to humiliating someone and looking down on them. Therefore, the expressions of Qin Nan and the others immediately turned ugly. Martial artists could be defeated, but no one would speak of their own martial arts. This was equivalent to handing over all their secrets to others, so these two people were simply going too far. Most importantly, their faces looked like they were bestowing rewards, which made people feel disgusted. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. His opponents were first-generation demolishers, and there were two of them. Moreover, they had already witnessed the previous battle, and yet they still dared to humiliate Lin Ling. This showed that they had absolute confidence in themselves. And now, would Lin Ling answer? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head as if he was helpless. The two scholars thought that Lin Ling had compromised, but the next moment, Lin Ling's pupils changed and became ice-cold. The evil flame transformation appeared once more, and he shot forward with the speed of 7 realms. Obviously, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain. He directly started the battle. The two people looked at Lin Ling, and their pupils instantly shrank. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and attack without any hesitation. "You're courting death," one of them shouted angrily. The other person reacted quickly. His eyebrows moved, and millions of scrolls appeared, blooming with golden light. They were like snakes that surrounded him. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword slashed down and landed on the dragon-like scrolls. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard, and it was shocking. However, this time, the Tyrant Song sword clearly didn't cut those flowing scrolls. The strength of these two first-generation demolishers was indeed not to be underestimated. "Do you know that I am the first-generation demolishers that you need to look up to?" The young man looked up at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His words were mixed with anger, and it seemed that he was a little angry at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. His right hand let go of the sword, and his body shot to the ground. He punched out. This abnormal attack had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Chen Nan and the others also saw that although Lin Ling had let go of the sword, his sword still maintained the posture of slashing down. It was as if the sword had a spirit. Of course, the young man was the most surprised. This Lin Ling actually had such a method. However, at this moment, a terrifying punch had already arrived. It passed through the flowing scrolls and actually landed on his face, causing a cracking sound to be heard as his nose broke. Then, he was sent flying back like a cannonball. This also showed that although Lin Ling's sword couldn't cut through the scrolls, its power was about the same. That was why the young man couldn't block that punch. However, before the young man could hit the ground, Lin Ling appeared above the young man's head and ruthlessly stomped down. The young man's eyes widened, and he cursed angrily, "You motherfucker, how dare you!" Unfortunately, it was useless. Rumble. Like a giant's foot, Lin Ling directly stomped the young man into the ground. The hard ground exploded with a shockwave. It was terrifying. The first generation of Shatterers are not to be looked up at, they are to be stepped on. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. All of this seemed to happen slowly, but in fact, it happened in a flash. Chen Nan and the others were all stunned. Lin Ling's method was so fierce, it was like a violent storm. In their opinion, each of the first generation of Shatterers had their own methods to become famous, and they were recognized as experts who were stronger than the first generation. Therefore, when the first generation of Shatterers came, they could only endure the humiliation. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling would break that belief and tell them that the first generation of Shatterers were to be stepped on, not looked up at? Rumble. However, the young man's strength was not weak. As soon as he was stomped into the ground, a powerful aura erupted, causing Lin Ling to retreat. He thought to himself, the flute on his body is not ordinary. Sigh. He could see that the martial spirit of the first generation of Shatterers was very ordinary. The mysterious flute that made him famous was very likely a top-grade immortal treasure. You're courting death. Sigh. Sure enough, with the protection of the flute, the young man rushed out of the ground. However, at this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His crooked nose was still bleeding. Of course, compared to the pain on his face, the real pain came from his heart, because he, a first generation of Shatterers, had his face stepped on. Zuoxiao, stop. Hurry. However, at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was the young man with the zither on his back. Big brother. Big brother. The other person was shocked. His big brother asked him to stop? However, the young man with the zither on his back ignored him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling. It seems that we underestimated you. You defeated the 4 first generation of Shatterers before, so you didn't use your full strength. So, he thought that Lin Ling had used his full strength before, so he and his younger brother dared to question Lin Ling. However, he now realized that his estimation was wrong. Won't you know if you try? Chapter 2786. They arrived at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Let's try. I didn't use my weapon just now. Do you think you can be so arrogant? Zuoxiao shouted angrily, but his brother interrupted him again. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. I hope you can let it go on account of the 4 magnates. What do you think? He actually wanted to shake hands and make peace. This time, Chen Nan and the others were shocked. In their opinion, Lin Ling's attack was too crazy, causing his opponent to be unable to react in time. However, if his opponent used his full strength, Lin Ling shouldn't be a match for him. Big brother. The young man called Zuoxiao was even more unwilling. However, his brother waved his hand at him and continued to speak to Lin Ling. My name is Zuohai. I'm a void-breaking first-generation genius. My realm and talent are the same as the other first-generation geniuses. My strength lies in the Guqin behind me. My Guqin has killed existences beyond the true immortal realm before. After he finished speaking, he immediately activated the Guqin behind him. A terrifying sound of a tsunami rang out. The Guqin gave off a lot of pressure. Zuohai used his full strength because he wanted Lin Ling to stop and make peace. Only by using his full strength would he be able to express his sincere apology. Sure enough, Lin Ling frowned. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Since the other party was so sincere, it wasn't good for him to flare up. Moreover, this caused him to be in a slightly difficult position because he'd originally intended to kill these 2 people and seize their gains. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, Zuohai waved his right hand and a large number of emperor crystals fell to the ground. These are our gains during this period. They belong to you now. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally nodded. He was a person who became stronger when faced with a strong opponent. Since the other party was being gentle, he naturally couldn't harden his heart and attack. No discord, no concord. Lin Ling, your reputation is not undeserved. I, Zhuhai, recognize you as a friend. If there's a chance, let's get together. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Zhuhai seemed to relax when he saw Lin Ling nod. I think so too. Lin Ling smiled. He had a good impression of Zhuhai. He then looked at Zhuxiao and said, I have to say, you have a good brother. Good my ass. Just because my big brother let you off doesn't mean I'll let you off. However, how could Zhuxiao take it lying down? He roared as if he had lost his mind, almost wanting to attack Lin Ling again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhuhai leaped over to Zhuxiao's side and slapped him. Shut up. Big brother. Zhuxiao didn't dare to lose his temper. Instead, he stroked his cheek as if he had been wronged. He truly couldn't understand why Big Brother was afraid of Lin Ling. After all, if the two of them joined forces and activated the treasure, then they would definitely be able to annihilate Lin Ling. Don't embarrass me. Come with me now. Zhuhai didn't explain anything and left with his brother. Before he left, he gave Lin Ling an apologetic smile and disappeared into the distance. Is this a dream? They're fragmentation first talents. They're actually afraid of Lin Ling. This isn't a dream. This is real. Could it be that Lin Ling is really hiding something? If that's the case, then he's also a fragmentation first talent, and one that hasn't left the Qing province. Looking at the surroundings that had returned to tranquility, Fian and Qin Nan both felt disbelief. The shock that Lin Ling gave them today was truly wave after wave. Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled. This Zhuhai is really cautious. Indeed, Lin Ling still had a trump card, which was his strongest flame wheel. It was the flame wheel in its flame coffin state. If he used it, he was confident that he could kill these two brothers. However, Zhuhai seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling, so he stopped at the crucial moment. It had to be said that this cautiousness had saved the two brothers. After that, Lin Ling's group of 3 continued forward. This journey was much calmer, and it was difficult to see the figures of the 100 exceptional talents. Thinking about it, these exceptional talents should have reached the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Not long after, under the dusky sky, an ancient pavilion appeared in front of them. Dilapidated walls, ancient stone pillars, mysterious totems, and weak Emperor Qi formed a mysterious ancient diagram. Before they even got close, Lin Ling's group felt a strong pressure. They didn't think that the legendary Copper Sparrow Terrace would actually look like a beacon tower. Legend has it that the Azure Emperor's jade seal appeared in the 3 terraces, namely the Copper Sparrow Terrace, the Golden Tiger Terrace, and the Ice Well Terrace. I didn't think the Copper Sparrow Terrace would look like this. Fian looked forward and said. Lin Ling nodded. Let's speed up. The other exceptional talents should have already entered the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Yeah, we can't slow down. I heard that after entering the Copper Sparrow Terrace, there will be a trial. Tribulation clouds will roll. I hope I can reach the peak of the Sparrow Terrace. Qin Nan also said. If they could obtain the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal, then they would receive the 3rd Prince's reward, and this reward would definitely be very generous. Moreover, it was said that the first person to obtain the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal would also receive a large amount of Son of Heaven's will. Their chances of becoming the Azure Emperor would greatly increase. Just you? Stop dreaming. I'm afraid you won't even be able to reach the first tribulation cloud. I think junior brother Lin Ling has a chance. However, Fian looked at Qin Nan with disdain. The latter gloomily nodded. Among the 100 exceptional talents, he was indeed a bit weak. The 3 of them increased their pace. The Copper Sparrow Terrace gradually became clearer. Only when they got closer did they discover that this ancient pavilion was even larger than they imagined. Using Lin Ling's words, the Copper Sparrow Terrace was like a pyramid from the previous world. Halt. However, as the 3 of them got closer and closer, a cold shout rang out like a clap of thunder. A few exceptional talents gathered around the Copper Sparrow Terrace in twos and threes. Some of them were injured, and some were sitting cross-legged in cultivation. However, their eyes were all fixed on Lin Ling's group. There weren't many of them, only about 30 or so. Moreover, they were divided into a few groups. They should be the exceptional talents of the four giants. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's group clearly wanted to enter the Copper Sparrow Terrace. However, since they were new here, they would naturally make things difficult for them. Who are you guys? Why haven't we seen you before? You guys want to enter the Copper Sparrow Terrace, right? However, other than the four giants, no one else is allowed to come close. Get lost. Don't think that just because I'm injured, I can't teach you guys a lesson. Those exceptional talents were clearly doing this on purpose. After all, how could 100 exceptional talents not know each other? They already knew that Lin Ling's group was from the Imperial Court. They were only using this as an excuse to make Lin Ling's group leave the Copper Sparrow Terrace and have one less competitor. Of course, quite a few of them were injured. It was clear that they had all been to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, but they were injured by the tribulation clouds. In the end, they could only helplessly leave and rest here. What are you guys doing? The three of them are from our Imperial Court. Since the four giants were here, there were naturally people from the Imperial Court as well. That was why the exceptional talents of the Imperial Court all spoke out. Who can prove that they are from the Imperial Court? In my opinion, they might be people from the other divine continents who came here to cause trouble. That's right. If they want to prove it, then let them take out the things on them and prove themselves. Chapter 2787. They were asking for humiliation. There were even a few exceptional talents who walked out, looking like they were going to take action. You all dare. On the Imperial Court side, a woman brought a few exceptional talents over. From her words, they were also planning to take action. Meanwhile, this scene finally made the other giants' exceptional talents restrain themselves. Before, they were only putting on an act, trying to bring some trouble to the Imperial Court. If they truly took action, both sides would suffer. This wasn't something they wanted to see. Oh, so it's Lin Ling, Qin Nan Fian. We recognized the wrong people before. Yes. Since they are the Imperial Court's exceptional talents, then they can enter the Copper Sparrow Terrace. However, be careful of being killed by the tribulation clouds. We already made our way through before. If not for our exceptional abilities, we wouldn't have been able to come out a long time ago. Yes. Let me give you a word of advice. It's better for you all to obediently stay outside. The Copper Sparrow Terrace is the battlefield of the most powerful exceptional talents. Yes. However, even if they didn't plan on stopping them, those exceptional talents still used words to threaten Lin Ling's group, wishing for them to back off. Of course, this type of threat had no effect on Lin Ling. Truly a group of ugly fellows. Yes. The Imperial Court's exceptional talents all walked towards Lin Ling. Moreover, they all greeted Lin Ling, appearing extremely polite. Lin Ling, you finally came. Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Ling didn't have much of an impression of her. However, he also smiled and asked, Meng Lu, Xian Linglong, Tan Tai Bing Dai, and the others? Yes. They already went in with us. Only we failed, so we escaped. Meanwhile, they are still advancing. Yes. That woman immediately replied, making Lin Ling sweep his eyes over everyone. Only then did he discover that everyone was more or less injured. It seemed like they were all eliminated. Meanwhile, the exceptional talents around the Copper Sparrow Terrace were probably the same. Even though we failed, we are a bit more familiar with the Copper Sparrow Terrace. We can tell you the rough process. Yes. Moreover, the other giants all have their own experts. Junior brother Lin Ling, you should also be a bit more familiar with them. Let me tell you who the other giants' experts are. The others said one after another. They all had high hopes for Lin Ling and were prepared to tell Lin Ling everything they knew. They wanted Lin Ling to help the Imperial Dynasty get the seal and win glory. Thank you, but before that, I want to beat up a few people who talk too much. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately smiled. Then he moved his feet and walked towards the other giants. Before, these fellows were toying with him, deceiving him, wanting to chase him away. With Lin Ling's personality, how could he not return the favor? Moreover, these fellows were all injured, yet they were still so arrogant even though they were injured. They must be tired of living. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Seeing Lin Ling coming out, the expressions of the other three giants immediately turned cold. A few of them even became angry. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to settle the debt with them? As for Lin Ling, they had naturally heard of him. Even though he was very famous, they weren't that scared. In the end, it was because Lin Ling hadn't fought a hard battle, a newcomer. Lin Ling continued forward, arriving in front of an exceptional talent who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. There was an incense burner in front of that exceptional talent. Purple smoke curled up around it. This incense burner burned the bark of a divine tree called tin birch bark. It had outstanding recovery effects. At this moment, that exceptional talent raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. His expression was calm. You, what are you trying to do? Pang. Lin Ling used his actions to reply. He stomped that incense burner into pieces. At this moment, the pupils of all the exceptional talents narrowed. Lin Ling was too arrogant, right? Even the imperial dynasty's exceptional talents were shocked. Lin Ling's actions were no different from slapping them in front of everyone. You really aren't giving me any face at all. The voice of that exceptional talent seated cross-legged even became cold. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling was the first to take action against him. Could it be that he was a pushover? So what if I don't? Lin Ling replied with a smile. That exceptional talent's hands slapped the ground, wishing to stand up, but at this time, a foot appeared on his shoulder. Powerful realm essence erupted, actually making him unable to stand up. This time, that exceptional talent's face became green and red. It was because Lin Ling's foot was right on his shoulder. What was terrifying was that this foot really made it so that he couldn't stand up. If I wasn't injured, do you think you could act so arrogantly? That exceptional talent released a sinister voice, as if he was extremely unwilling to accept this. You also know that you're injured? Still acting so arrogant even after being injured, aren't you just courting death? Lin Ling looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, making that exceptional talent stare blankly for a moment. He finally realized something. Even though he believed himself to be stronger than Lin Ling, he was injured, so how could he be Lin Ling's opponent? Right now, you only have two choices. 1. Be beaten away by me. 2. Apologize. If you choose the first option and I take action, there won't be any leniency. Lin Ling spoke again. That exceptional talent immediately became hesitant. On his shoulder, Lin Ling's foot was still there. This was also a display of strength. Of course, you all are the same. Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked towards the surrounding exceptional talents. Lin Ling, you really aren't giving us any face. In reality, the other exceptional talents also suffered serious injuries. Of course, they never expected that Lin Ling would use their injuries to crush them. Face isn't given by others, it is thrown away by oneself. Lin Ling calmly replied, and then he began to count off. You only have 3 breaths of time, 1, 2. Just a newcomer, I refuse to believe you can rebel. I, Scarlet Flower Deity Killer, have dominated Green Province. No one has ever been able to make me compromise. Correct, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Those exceptional talents' eyes all turned red from anger, speaking up one after another. However, after Lin Ling's third shout, in the next moment, the expressions of the exceptional talents changed. I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied to you before. I am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Wrong is wrong, right is right, it isn't that I fear you. Right now, I will apologize. Even though these exceptional talents were arrogant, they knew that the situation wasn't up to them, so they all began to apologize. On the imperial court side, everyone was stunned, and then they roared with laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also shook his head, withdrawing his foot and walking towards the imperial court's people. As for the apologetic exceptional talents, they were so embarrassed that they wished they could dig a hole to hide in. They secretly swore that after their injuries recovered, they would return today's humiliation tenfold. This was something Lin Ling also knew. Unfortunately, he also knew that these people wouldn't have any chance to return the favor. Junior brother Lin Ling, you are still the strongest. After Lin Ling walked over, the imperial court's exceptional talents worshipped him even more. To be able to make so many exceptional talents apologize, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. They are just seeking their own humiliation. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Then, his gaze landed on the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Chapter 2788. An easy first level. Not only the 5th level, I'm afraid he has already reached the 6th level. Moreover, the 4 giants all have experts. Our imperial court has Tantai Bingdai. She is ranked 7th among the exceptional talents. Apart from her, the other 3 giants also have experts. Chen Mo, Tian Wuzi, 3 marks Heavenly Monarch, and the 81st Prince. They all want to reach the highest level of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Among them, the 81st Prince, 3 marks Heavenly Monarch, and Tian Wuzi are the strongest. Lin Ling, apart from Tantai Bingdai, the Imperial Court only has Miss Ling Dan and you. The 3 of you are the hope of the Imperial Court. You must work hard. The exceptional talents spoke one after another, making Lin Ling nod. He was now a bit more familiar with the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Without further ado, Lin Ling and Fian immediately went on their way. Wait for our good news. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Imperial Court's exceptional talents all became confident. If the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal was obtained by the Imperial Court in the end, that would be a supreme honor. As for the other giants' exceptional talents, they all sneered inwardly. They were waiting for Lin Ling to come out with injuries. I think he will come out after 3 incense sticks of time. 3 incense sticks of time, I think 1 incense stick of time is enough. It definitely won't exceed 2 hours. Those exceptional talents whispered. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling at all. It was to the extent where if Lin Ling came out with serious injuries, they would be able to return the humiliation from before tenfold. Currently, there are about 50 exceptional talents in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. We are the last to arrive, so we have to work harder. Lin Ling's group of 3 increased their pace and arrived at the bottom of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. There was a huge gate there, and at this moment, the gate opened, revealing a dark passage that seemed to lead to another world. Meanwhile, at the 2 sides of the gate, ancient statues stood guard there one after another, as if they were divine guards protecting the previous emperor. However, the passage wasn't as long as they imagined. Soon, Lin Ling's group of 3 arrived at the 1st level. What was surprising was that the 1st level was very beautiful. The sky was filled with the light of fireflies. It was a magnificent sight. Meanwhile, there were about 10 people on this level. They maintained their walking posture and were currently heading towards the end. What a powerful pressure! Chen Nan was the first to speak. There was a mysterious energy in the surroundings that pressed down on everyone like a mountain, making it difficult for them to move. Furthermore, as time passed, the pressure became greater and greater. This meant that if they couldn't reach the passage in a short period of time, it was very likely that they would be suppressed to death by the mysterious force. The pressure is getting stronger. Fian also said solemnly. It's the light of those fireflies. It's a kind of cloud called the Heavenly 4-Chi cloud. It said that the 4 seasons in the myriad worlds are transformed from this kind of cloud. Lin Ling said faintly. He didn't feel much pressure because compared to the tribulation clouds of the cloud Holy Land, these clouds were still a little weaker. Moreover, he could sense that these clouds were a test of soul force and physical strength. These 2 aspects happened to be Lin Ling's strong points. You know quite a lot. Unfortunately, it's useless. Before, there was an exceptional talent who was also putting on an act, but in the end, he died on the 1st level. That is why the more you know, the faster you die. Hearing Lin Ling's words, The exceptional talents who were still moving forward in the hall all sneered. They also saw Lin Ling, but they didn't care. They thought that Lin Ling and the others were just cannon fodder. Meanwhile, they still moved forward. Their pace was very slow, so much so that sometimes they would only take one step after an hour. It was clear that the difficulty of the first level wasn't small for them. Lin Ling, not good, I can't hold on any longer. After who knew how much time had passed, Chen Nan and Fian's bodies began to tremble. Fian released a weak voice, and then with a putong sound, she collapsed. Meanwhile, she who had collapsed was clearly in even more danger. It was because she couldn't advance or retreat. In the end, she could only die in the hall. When they saw this, the other exceptional talents not only didn't sympathize, but instead sneered. Fian. Chen Nan's situation was a bit better, but he couldn't help. You guys leave, don't worry about me. Fian lied on the ground, replying with difficulty. She could become an exceptional talent, so she naturally had abundant experience. She knew that sometimes, if she was destined to fall, then no one could help her. This won't do, I have to bring you out. Chen Nan seemed to be risking his life, trying to bring Fian out of this place. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to take a single step. The light of the fireflies drifted about in the surroundings, crushing down on his body like a mountain. This made him directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Idiot, you can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to save the beauty. The other exceptional talents immediately shook their heads. Their words were cold and emotionless, mixed with thick mockery. However, Chen Nan didn't pay them any attention, continuing to walk towards Fian. Moreover, he said to Lin Ling ahead, Lin Ling, continue walking, don't worry about us. Fian, I will bring her out of here. He never would have thought that the first level was already this difficult. No wonder there were so many injured people outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace. However, as soon as his voice fell, a faintly discernible voice sounded. No need, I'll bring you all out of here. After speaking under everyone's eyes, that blue-robed youth walked forward with large steps, unexpectedly grabbing Chen Nan along the way. Then he walked towards Fian. After carrying this beauty, he immediately walked towards the passage leading to the second level. This time, all of the exceptional talents in the hall were shocked. This was especially the case for Chen Nan. His mouth was wide open. Previously, he never paid attention to Lin Ling, because he believed that Lin Ling's situation was the same as his. Who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't seem to be affected at all? How could this be? Isn't this Lin Ling? How could he be fine? He definitely cheated. Nonsense. How could you cheat in the Copper Sparrow Terrace? This fella might have some kind of treasure on him. If we can obtain it, we can also pass through the first level. The exceptional talents in the hall all cried out in alarm, their eyes carrying envy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay them any attention, continuing forward in a carefree manner. Moreover, he walked further and further away, making those exceptional talents' expressions become gloomy. It was clear that the first level couldn't stop Lin Ling. That was why they could only look up to Lin Ling Putong. However, right at this time, another figure fell down, moreover suffering injuries that weren't light. Hee, another person is going to accompany us. What was ironic was that those exceptional talents not only didn't feel any sympathy, they instead became happy. Perhaps because Lin Ling easily passed, they felt that it was unfair. That was why when they saw someone fail, that type of unfairness was immediately released. Truly a group of cold-hearted fellows. When he heard that clear and melodious voice, Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't some kind person, but if he could help others with a raise of his hand, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. He turned around, walking towards the person who fell down. At this moment, the exceptional talents in the hall were all stupefied. This Lin Ling was simply crazy. They were about to reach the end with great difficulty, yet he walked back. Moreover, he was carrying two people on his back. Chapter 2789. 3 levels in a row. As for the fallen exceptional talent, she was clearly already completely exhausted, believing that she was undoubtedly going to die. However, she didn't feel any regret, because those who could become exceptional talents were all individuals with resolute wills. They would rather die on the path of advancement than spend the rest of their lives in obscurity. However, at this time, an arm pulled her up. At the same time, a voice also sounded. Everything has to be done within your capabilities. Sometimes, when you take a step back, you will discover that there are many paths to choose from, not just one. No, I don't want to fail, I don't want to leave this place. That injured individual replied with difficulty. She thought that Lin Ling was going to send her out of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, but she was unwilling, because she didn't need this type of sympathy. What she needed was to walk further and higher. Put me down. Her voice became weaker and weaker. However, it was as if Lin Ling didn't hear anything, continuing forward with her on his back. After continuing for a while, that type of pressure became weaker and weaker, making that injured exceptional talent finally open her eyes. Only then did she discover that Lin Ling didn't send her out, instead bringing her towards the second floor's passage. At this moment, her mind was greatly shaken. It was to the extent where she saw that Lin Ling was carrying 3 people on his back. Just what kind of man was he exactly? In reality, the exceptional talents in the Great Hall all felt as if they were struck by lightning. Not a single one of them could leave this place, while Lin Ling could bring 3 people out. This difference was just too great, right? Wait, bring me along. I am King Yuan Yang's son. If you bring me out of this place, this king will reward you greatly. Did you hear my orders? Then, those exceptional talents seemed to have seen hope, all of them shouting loudly. Hong Long Long. However, Lin Ling didn't even give them a look, instead smashing a fist into the wall at the side of the passage, making large amounts of rocks shoot into the hall, unexpectedly blocking those exceptional talents' path forward. As a result, if they wanted to reach the second layer, it would be even more difficult. Lin Ling, you are courting death. This scene undoubtedly made those exceptional talents so angry they vomited blood. Goodbye. With his back facing them, Lin Ling waved his hand and disappeared into the tunnel. After exiting the tunnel, Lin Ling discovered a pitch-black corridor at the end of the tunnel. It was made of some unknown rock, and it should lead to the second level. However, the mysterious pressure in the corridor had completely disappeared. My realm essence has become even purer. Mine too. At this time, Chen Nan and the others immediately discovered that after leaving the first level, their strength had increased slightly by 10%. One had to know that at their level, it was very difficult to increase their strength. To be able to increase their strength by 10% in 100 years was already a great blessing. Yet now, in less than 2 hours, their strength had risen to a whole new level. How could they not be pleasantly surprised? Looks like the Copper Sparrow Pavilion has its benefits too. Lin Ling was the one whose strength had increased the most among them. This was because the realm essence in his 3 dantians had become even purer. His strength had increased by a whole 30%. Thank you. At this time, a clear voice rang out. It was the girl that Lin Ling had saved before. She felt a bit guilty because she thought that Lin Ling wanted to send her out of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. It's just a small matter. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. He looked at the corridor ahead. What about you guys? Do you want to continue? When the 3 of them heard this, their gazes immediately burned with passion. Although it was Lin Ling who had helped them pass the first level, they were still a bit unwilling to give up like this. Then let's continue. Seeing the 3 of them remain silent, Lin Ling immediately nodded. He also knew that the 3 of them were unwilling. However, Lin Ling still had the confidence to bring them out of the first 3 levels. Thus, Lin Ling didn't stop them. Thank you. My name is Tian Luochen. I'm a member of the Blue Flame Army. The girl bowed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to wave his hand. It's fine. Saving you was just a small matter. At least compared to the people on the first level, you didn't disgust me too much. Thank you. The girl spoke again. She knew that the 4 great giants were in a state of competition. Lin Ling helping her was already an exception. Then, they followed the corridor and gradually reached the second level. Rumble. The second level was like a furnace. Rolling flames burned in all directions. These flames were obviously extremely unordinary. They were called emperor flames and were formed from tribulation clouds. According to legends, in every dynasty, when a venerable emperor of an imperial city fell, the emperor flames on their body would appear in the universe's primal chaos. In the end, they would be absorbed by the tribulation clouds and become emperor flames. This type of flame also had the might of an emperor. Crackle. There weren't many people on this level. There were only 3 people, and their bodies were burning with flames. One of them was even burned to the point where only his legs were left. However, they still continued to advance. They clearly didn't die. They wanted to reach the end before they were completely burned into nothingness. On the ground, there were charcoal-like human tracks. It was clear that 1 or 2 exceptional talents had been burned to death on this level. Fortunately, this level isn't difficult for me. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He brought the 3 of them and continued forward. At the same time, Chen Nan and the others were burned. That bone-piercing pain made their souls tremble. Continue forward. If you really can't hold on, I will help you. However, Lin Ling's voice floated over. Flames of time and space appeared on the surface of his body, blocking the emperor flames. He discovered that the tribulation clouds on the 2nd level couldn't compare to the tribulation clouds on the Holy Cloud Road. This guy isn't burned? It seems like he's going to enter the 5th level. That's right. There were people who ignored the emperor flames before, but they were all the most powerful exceptional talents. The 3 exceptional talents in the hall all cried out in surprise. However, their bodies were burned into nothingness, which made the scene a bit strange. I really envy those guys. That girl is a member of our Blue Flame Army, but she's being protected by Lin Ling. One of the exceptional talents' voice was filled with jealousy. Because he saw that every time that girl was almost burned into nothingness, Lin Ling would absorb the emperor flames for her, allowing her to easily pass the 2nd level. Gradually, Lin Ling and the others disappeared from the 2nd level. After coming out, Chen Nan and the others were all overjoyed. Because after experiencing the burning of the emperor flames, their realm essence became even purer. The realm essence in my fire dantian is even purer than before. My strength has increased by another 10%. On the 2nd level, Lin Ling's gains were the least. What changed was only his fire dantian. Next, they arrived at the 3rd level. What was surprising was that there wasn't a single person on the 3rd level. The test here was a vast expanse of white. Clearly, this level didn't have any danger. The only difficulty was to make one lose their sense of direction. And for Lin Ling, who had a powerful soul force, this level was very simple. After spending an hour, the 4 of them walked out of the 3rd level. What made them speechless was that this 3rd level didn't have any difficulty, but they didn't gain anything either. However, the 3rd level was a dividing line. The exceptional talents outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion mostly failed after the 3rd level. Chapter 2790. Sword Tribulation Clouds. Lin Ling immediately looked at them and asked if they wanted to continue. Since we're already here, let's continue. Chen Nan looked at Flying Smoke and the others and finally decided. Okay, but I don't know what's on the 4th level, so you have to be careful. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He couldn't help but sigh. These guys were worthy of being 1st-generation talents. Their willpower wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. They walked along the corridor and arrived at the 4th level. Before they even entered, the buzzing of swords could be heard. This level was actually sword tribulation clouds. Swords revealed their sharpness. Killing intent, attack power, and fatal attacks were all the most powerful. Lin Ling and the others stood in front of the door and looked ahead solemnly. They didn't see anyone on this level so far. They didn't know if the people on this level were dead or had entered a higher level. Let's go in. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling and the others stepped into the 4th level. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, a dazzling sword shot down from the sky like lightning, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. With a wave of his right hand, the tyrant song also shot out to resist the sword in the sky. A Dao domain sword. Ah! At the same time, Lin Ling also exclaimed. That sword wasn't weak at all. As for Qin Nan and the others, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. Fortunately, Lin Ling's sword Dao was stronger than they imagined. After clashing, he actually broke the sword in the sky. Hurry up! However, before Qin Nan and the others could be pleasantly surprised, Lin Ling's anxious voice was heard. Everyone immediately moved forward quickly. However, after a few breaths, two swords appeared in the sky and shot towards Lin Ling and the others from two directions. This time, Qin Nan and the others were shocked. They could faintly see that the swords here were endless. Lin Ling, let's go! This time, it was flying smoke and falling dust who attacked. They used their ultimate skills and shattered the two swords. Then, the four of them quickly moved forward. They knew that there would definitely be more tribulation swords coming, and they had to find the exit before they arrived. Sure enough, 3 swords appeared for the third time. This forced Qin Nan to join the battle. Junior brother Lin Ling, hurry and find the exit. The 3 of them worked together to block the Calamity Sword, allowing Lin Ling to find the exit. Lin Ling was also somewhat anxious, but this place was very big. The sky was a vast expanse of white. The ground was also a vast expanse of white. His soul force could only sense the sharp qi, but it was very difficult to find the exit. This cloud should have been left behind by the peerless sword god. However, even though it was difficult, Lin Ling still did not give up. As time passed, 4 swords appeared. Gradually, 5 swords appeared. Then, 6 swords appeared. After the 6 tribulation swords appeared, Qin Nan and the others could no longer destroy the swords. They could only resist with all their might. However, after the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, 6 more swords appeared in the sky. This meant that there was a time limit to the appearance of the Calamity Swords. If one could not defeat the Calamity Swords in a short period of time, then the number of Calamity Swords would double. Most importantly, on this floor, everyone's other techniques seemed to have been suppressed by 10 to 20%. On the contrary, only by clashing swords could the sword Dao display its full power. Even Lin Ling's flame of time and space was suppressed. Flame Wheel. Staring at the 12 swords in the sky, Lin Ling knew that he had to use an even more powerful technique. He activated Evil Rock Wall, causing flames to erupt and explode a large number of swords into pieces. Let's go! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ling led the group forward like crazy. This time, they safely passed through the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Junior brother Lin Ling, the exit has appeared. Suddenly, Tian Luochen pointed ahead. A huge layer of clouds had appeared in the sky ahead of them. The clouds were multicolored and emanated a sharp glow. Moreover, the clouds were revolving around a huge passageway. That was probably the exit. Great, we finally made it. Chen Nan couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Only the heavens knew how many swords would appear if they stayed any longer. Fortunately, they had finally reached the end. That's not necessarily true. Look, is that a cloud? However, while everyone was pleasantly surprised, Lin Ling helplessly spread out his hands and poured cold water on them. Fian and the others looked at the clouds in the distance. Only then did they discover in horror that those were not clouds, but sword clouds formed by swords intertwined together. This meant that there must be thousands or even tens of thousands of swords in that huge layer of clouds. At this time, the corners of everyone's mouths trembled. What the hell is this place? It's too scary. Could this be the gathering place of all the swordsmen of the great Azure Divine Dynasty in the past? There's no other choice now. Only by rushing into the passage can we be considered to have succeeded. Hurry! At this time, Lin Ling's anxious voice stunned Qin Nan and the others. Rushing into the sword clouds? Wasn't that courting death? However, at this moment, they really had no other choice. The 4 of them hurriedly rushed forward, as if they knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but they still chose to go. Almost at the same time, the clouds in front of them squirmed, and the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Countless swords were pointed at Lin Ling and the others, and then they shot over like lightning. These swords were extraordinary. Each sword seemed to be the oldest swordsman of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Junior brother Lin Ling, we're dead for sure. Why don't we go back? Yes, if we go any further, we won't even have a way out. Seeing this terrifying scene, Tian Luochen, Chen Nan, and the others all spoke. Even their pace seemed to have slowed down. After all, it was impossible for them to rush into the Sea of Swords without a certain amount of courage. It's too late. We can only go forward. However, Lin Ling's voice was filled with determination. He knew that even if they retreated now, those swords would still catch up. So, it was better to go forward bravely. Perhaps they would have a chance to rush to the end. Chen Nan and the others were astounded. It was even to the extent that Tian Luochen thought to himself, "This Lin Ling is probably doing this intentionally." At this moment, Tian Luochen almost wanted to abandon Lin Ling and the others and flee by himself so that Lin Ling and the others could block those swords. Azura sword formation. However, right when the Sea of Swords was about to sweep through them, Lin Ling finally erupted with a formidable sword Dao. 365 swords, like dazzling meteors, shot forward. These swords were orderly and didn't seem to be inferior to the Sea of Swords at all. Moreover, on this level, cultivators could only bring forth their full strength when they collided with each other. So, these swords were clearly much sharper than the attacks from before. Rumble. After the swords from both sides collided, their imposing auras seemed like the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. It actually caused Chen Nan and the others to stand there dumbstruck. They'd never imagined that Lin Ling would actually be able to block all the swords. "All of you leave this place immediately." At the same time, Lin Ling's cold and indifferent voice drifted out. "Alright." Tian Luochen took the lead and shot forward. Because Lin Ling had attracted all the swords, the path to the 5th level was unobstructed. Tian Luochen. Chapter 2791. A crazy attack. This is junior brother Lin Ling's intention. If we stay here, not only will we not help him, but we will also harm him. However, Tian Luochen did not stop and continued to charge forward. In the end, he disappeared into the finish line. That kind of decisiveness made Chen Nan and the others feel that it was unreal. "I'm not leaving." Then, Chen Nan suddenly gritted his teeth and did not rush to the finish line. Instead, he sat down cross-legged not far from Lin Ling. Because, although Lin Ling blocked countless swords, in his opinion, Lin Ling's defeat was only a matter of time. He could not abandon Lin Ling and leave. "I'm not leaving either." Fian also shouted. Although Lin Ling told them to leave, she could not abandon Lin Ling because without Lin Ling, she would have died on the 1st level. Lin Ling, he seems to have attracted all the swords on this level. Yeah, Lin Ling can't leave even if he wants to now. Then, the two of them looked at the sky because more and more swords were shooting over from the sky. They actually surrounded Lin Ling tightly. In the end, Lin Ling's figure was even drowned by the swords. This shocking scene made Chen Nan and the others secretly sweat for Lin Ling. They were even more worried. At this moment, Lin Ling controlled 365 swords to block the Sea of Swords. He really couldn't leave now. If it wasn't for his Azura sword formation that could attack and defend, the melody of the wind and the self-formed soldier formation, he would have been pierced by thousands of swords. Condense. As time passed, Lin Ling also knew that his Jie Qi would be exhausted, so he also risked his life and condensed the 365 swords into a huge sword. His sword heart reached 70% and he fiercely slashed out. However, after a series of metal clashing sounds, the Sea of Swords was cut open, but even more swords shot over and instantly flooded the gap. It seems that with my current sword Dao, I can't charge out at all unless my Azura sword formation reaches the last level. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the end, he gave up on charging out of the Sea of Swords and chose to sit down cross-legged to comprehend the 5th level of the Azura sword formation. Of course, he still hid his strongest trump card. If he was in a life-and-death crisis, he would definitely explode. Junior brother Lin Ling, how is he? Could it be? Is he dead? Nonsense, if he dies, these swords will scatter. Chen Nan and Lin Ling continued to talk. They gave up the chance to leave and decided to accompany Lin Ling through this calamity. At the same time, on the 5th floor, a large number of figures appeared and walked towards Lin Ling. The swords on the 5th floor have actually disappeared. What happened? Someone must have lured all the swords over. The 5th floor is simply a world of swordsmen. Aside from using the sword, all other methods are suppressed here. Chen Feng exclaimed. However, someone attracted the swords. This is perfect for us. Excited voices sounded from these people's mouths one after another. They were all exceptional talents who were stopped in the 5th level. They arrived here even faster than Lin Ling's group, but they were stopped by these swords. They couldn't find the exit either. If not for all of the swords being attracted by Lin Ling, they still wouldn't dare move about randomly. That's the end. Suddenly, someone released a sharp voice, extremely excited. The others also saw the pitch-black passage in the distance. They all became overjoyed. Of course, they also saw the sword clouds in the sky, and they all sucked in cold breaths of air. No wonder no swords appeared. As expected, they were all attracted over. Which idiot is it? Doesn't he know that clashing swords in the 5th level will trigger all of the sword's attacks? Who cares? It's perfect for us. Those exceptional talents roared with laughter. They all walked towards the passage. Of course, along the way, they also saw Chenan and Fian. Chenan, it's you? Who is so unlucky, actually attracting all of the swords? One of them asked. These 100 exceptional talents clearly all knew each other. It's Lin Ling. Chen Nan didn't hide anything, because he saw that there were people from the imperial court among these exceptional talents. Lin Ling. The expressions of the exceptional talents from the imperial court immediately changed. Lin Ling's strength was a mystery, but he received a lot of attention from the imperial court. If they encountered him, they more or less had to take care of him. How is he right now? One of the exceptional talents asked. Chen Nan immediately pointed at the sword clouds in the sky and helplessly said, "He's surrounded by countless swords. Senior Lu, is there any way to break free?" Yes. The reason why he mentioned Lin Ling's name was precisely because he wanted the imperial court's exceptional talents to help. However, those exceptional talents all shook their heads. In the 5th level, unless one's strength was several times greater, only the sword Dao could display their full strength. That was why they couldn't help even if they wanted to. I hope he can make it through this disaster. Yes. After those exceptional talents shook their heads, they walked towards the end one after another, making Chen Nan and the others' expressions become gloomy. However, one of the exceptional talents suddenly stopped and asked curiously, "Lin Ling? It's Lin Ling." This is too great, we actually ran into him. This exceptional talent stopped. Large amounts of people also followed him. Meanwhile, these exceptional talents were all dressed like scholars, clearly people from the left minister manor. As for the exceptional talent who was laughing excitedly, he was precisely Zhuo Xiao. Zither and flute duo, you know Lin Ling? Someone even asked curiously. Meanwhile, when Qin Nan saw Zhuo Xiao, his expression also changed greatly. Not long ago, Lin Ling had come into contact with the zither and flute duo. In the end, Zhuo Xiao's older brother appeared, stopping Lin Ling from taking action against Zhuo Xiao. At that time, Zhuo Xiao was extremely unwilling. "Of course I know him, a fella who took advantage of me a bit," Zhuo Xiao said with an ice-cold expression, making the surrounding exceptional talent's eyes immediately narrow. Zhuo Xiao was a fragmentation realm exceptional talent, yet Lin Ling actually dared to provoke him? If they didn't remember incorrectly, this Lin Ling had just become an exceptional talent, right? This newcomer was so arrogant. However, from the looks of it, Lin Ling won't be able to escape death either. It's better if we leave. An exceptional talent who was comparatively older said. However, Zhuo Xiao instead released a cold snort. After taking advantage of me, how can I let him die so easily? If he is going to die, he will die a bit more miserably. After saying this, the corners of his lips revealed a cruel smile. A flute appeared in his right hand, and then he pointed it at the sword cloud ahead. The flute shot out a streak of purple radiance, and as if it was a path to the heavens, it ultimately smashed into the sword cloud. Right now, the sword cloud was extremely terrifying. Countless swords were wriggling about, but after being struck by the purple radiance, they immediately became like crazy wasps, wriggling back and forth. The humming sounds became even more terrifying. "You're crazy!" Everyone immediately shouted fiercely. This was trying to kill them. However, even though the sword cloud became even more crazy, it clearly didn't take action against them. Instead, it shot towards the center of the sword cloud, crazily shooting out. Meanwhile, the center was clearly where Lin Ling sat cross-legged in cultivation. At this moment, everyone finally relaxed. Chapter 2792. Risking their lives to resist. Imperial Censor Longting, Lin Ling has quite the grudge with you all. Aren't you going to play around? In any case, the finish line is right in front of us. Even if the sword cloud changes, we still have enough time to retreat. Then, Zhou Xiao enticed the others to take action as well. Whatever. Someone smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, a black nail shot towards the sword cloud, making the sword cloud go crazy again. Truly a strange sword cloud. Rumor has it that these swords are the swords of fallen swordsmen in Great Green Divine Dynasty's history. After testing the waters, that exceptional talent stroked his chin. He was actually testing something. Meanwhile, another person also took action. Then, he said with great interest, "These sword clouds and sword hearts are extremely terrifying. However, due to different attributes, they cannot merge. Otherwise, I fear that none of us among the exceptional talents would be able to stop these swords." "Is that so? Then I also want to give it a try." Hearing this, another exceptional talent became curious. He also took action. These exceptional talents took action one after another. Immediately, the sword cloud surged. Clear sounds also rose and fell. These fellas really are heartless. As for the exceptional talents closer to the finish line, they didn't take action. They weren't that bored. Even though they weren't familiar with Lin Ling still helped them pass through the 5th layer. That was why they couldn't do something like hitting him while he was down. "All of you enough?" Right at this moment, Chen Nan's angry voice rang out. He directly floated up, glaring angrily at the exceptional talents. Chen, Lin Ling's dog, Scram. When they saw this, a few exceptional talents' expressions immediately became cold. For them to be able to reach this place, it was clear that most of them were fragmentation exceptional talents. Chen Nan was a junior in their eyes. Now, this junior actually dared to reprimand them? "You all, can you be any more shameless?" However, Chen Nan wasn't afraid at all. He was clearly also angered. If not for Lin Ling drawing all of the swords over right now, you all could only be like rats hiding all over the 5th layer. You wouldn't even be able to find the finish line. And now, thanks to Lin Ling, you all can enter the next layer. It's fine if you don't thank him, but you actually hit him while he's down. You are even curious about the origin of these sword clouds, continuously testing them. Are you all still men? Chen Nan's voice was laced with anger, causing the world to fall silent. All of the exceptional talents stood there quietly, shocked at Chen Nan's courage. "Are you saying that we're not men?" But soon, Zhou Xiao spoke with a cold tone. "If you're a man, why don't you try charging into the sword cloud?" This time, Fian also flew towards the sky and said while glaring at Zhou Xiao. Her words caused Zhou Xiao's expression to freeze, and he was unable to reply for a while. "Previously, you were speaking so highly of yourself. Why don't you dare to speak now? If you're a man, then try charging into the sword clouds." When he saw this, Fian spoke again, making Chen Nan also reveal a smile. He looked at these exceptional talents who spoke without feeling any pain. The more he looked at them, the more annoyed he felt. The sword cloud was still there, and all of them were hiding. The sword cloud was attracted by Lin Ling, and they were pointing at him like seniors, as though they had seen through the sword cloud. How hypocritical! In the distance, the exceptional talents also laughed. When they saw Zhou Xiao's ashen face, they also felt carefree inside. "Hee hee, I indeed don't dare, but Lin Ling dares. Lin Ling is a true man, is that enough? However, after Zhuo Zhao's anger, he suddenly revealed an indifferent smile, even spreading his hands. So what if he's a man? He's nothing more than an unlucky bastard. Right now, half of his life has already been taken by Yama King, so how can he still be arrogant? Moreover, you all should be quite familiar with Lin Ling, right? Saying all that nonsense is just to make me stop. However, how can I let you do as you wish? When his words fell, he waved the flute in his hand. Purple radiance turned into a crescent radiance, hacking at the sword cloud. Hong long long. The sword cloud underwent another strange change. 10,000 swords hummed. Ha Lin Ling, didn't you spare my life last time? Come out now and fight me. After doing this, Zhuo Zhao faced the sky and laughed loudly. The flute in his hands also continuously brandished, making the sword cloud even more crazy. This Zhuo Zhao is simply crazy. Seeing this scene, many exceptional talents helplessly shook their heads. It was clear that Zhuo Zhao did not plan to leave. He was determined to toy with Lin Ling until he died. Chen Nan, Fian, and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. They had never seen such a shameless person. Are you all very angry? The angrier you are, the happier I am. Junior brother Lu, you all attack as well. Let's see what this sword cloud looks like when it's angered to the peak. Zhuo Zhao's anger towards Chen Nan and the others made him even more excited. He even ordered the people beside him to attack. That's exactly what I was thinking. You're not even a fragmentation exceptional talent, yet you dare to scold us? You're simply courting death. The exceptional talents beside him sneered at this moment, all of them attacking. Lin Ling won't let you all go. Seeing this, Chen Nan and the others roared even more loudly. I'm waiting for him to not let us go. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for my older brother stopping me last time, I would have killed Lin Ling back then. Lin Ling is very lucky. I have a good older brother who saved him. Zhuo Zhao snorted disdainfully. Not only did he not stop, he attacked even more. At this moment, Chen Nan and the others became even more anxious. They looked at the sword cloud behind them, afraid that the sword cloud would directly kill Lin Ling. In reality, they did not know what Lin Ling's current situation was. However, at this moment, other than waiting, there was nothing they could do. Stop them. But soon Chen Nan roared. He actually planned to block the attacks of Zhuo Zhao and the others. Shocking Dragon Celestial Finger. Chen Nan's strength was not weak. However, the attacks he had to block were too many. Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. Watch my 3 fists suppressing 3. Seeing this, the exceptional talents beside Chen Nan and the others became even more excited. They did not attack Chen Nan. Instead, they attacked the sword cloud. They wanted to see how Chen Nan would block it. You all are despicable. Fian was also forced to attack. If he could block one attack, then so be it. This would definitely help Lin Ling. However, there were only 2 of them, while Zhuo Zhao's side had 5 people. They could not block them at all. They were sent flying again and again, and they flew back again and again to block the attacks. Gradually, Chen Nan and Fian also suffered heavy injuries. If it was not for the fact that Zhuo Zhao's target was not Chen Nan and the others, with their strength, they would already be dead. These 2 are also madmen. Aren't they overestimating their own strength? Maybe Lin Ling saved them, so they are repaying him. I have to say, these 2 exceptional talents are quite sincere. In the distance, the exceptional talents muttered to themselves. They also sympathized with Lin Ling. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke the zither and flute duo. These 2 were from the Zhuo family. This is really interesting. Just exceptional talents, yet you want to block us, fragmented exceptional talents. However, I don't believe that you can block that many attacks. At this time, a young man wearing a green robe beside Zhuo Zhao said. His hands moved continuously, and mysterious runes appeared. Moreover, a true god martial spirit appeared behind him. Chapter 2793. Divine Guard Bloodline. Sure enough, Those who could become fragmentation realm exceptional talents all had their own unique techniques that made them famous. Some were innate talents, some were martial arts, and some were elite weapons. Traceless Devil Seal. When the seal in his hand became more and more dazzling, that youth slapped out with his palm. A mysterious melody immediately filled the air, futilely increasing the pressure in the surroundings. Traceless Devil Seal, it's Feng Wuhan. Is this guy planning to seize all of their realm essence? Seeing this, the expressions of the distant exceptional talents became serious. This Feng Wuhan's divine body had a terrifying special ability. When facing an injured martial artist, he could seize all of the other party's realm essence, turning them into a cripple. Normally, to seize all of an exceptional talent's realm essence was extremely difficult. However, right now, Chen Nan and the others were risking their lives to block the attacks of others, continuously suffering injuries. This made it easy for Feng Wuhan. This guy had clearly been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hurry up and retreat. Don't pay attention to Lin Ling, he might already be dead. The Imperial Court exceptional talents in the distance all began to shout. However, under their shouts, Chen Nan and Fian exchanged a look. Not only did they not retreat, they instead attempted to block that palm together. Crazy! Many people immediately shook their heads. They knew that from today onwards, among the 100 exceptional talents, there were 2 less. Chen Nan and the others were definitely going to be crippled. Rumble! That mysterious palm enveloped Chen Nan and the others' heads. Wisps of powerful suction force were born, making Chen Nan and the others sense that their realm essence was crazily disappearing, and even their innate talents were disappearing. It seems like we've been crippled. Moreover, we've helped Feng Wuhan. The 2 of them exchanged a look, immediately laughing bitterly. In reality, they could have avoided that palm, but if they did, that palm would have landed on the sword cloud behind them. That was why they didn't dodge. I never thought someone would be hit by my Traceless Devil Seal. My strength is going to increase by 30%. That exceptional talent called Feng Wuhan laughed excitedly at this moment. It was as if he had eaten Chen Nan and the others alive. It was to the extent where he was already looking forward to his own strength increasing greatly. Zuoshao and the others also laughed, gloating even more. However, at this moment, the sword cloud suddenly surged. All of the swords seemed to have been summoned and shot over like a sea of swords. They appeared above Traceless Demon's palm, and then 10,000 swords slashed out. Rumble! The hand that had sealed and absorbed everything was immediately severed. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed greatly. The sword cloud on the 5th level had actually dispersed? What was going on? Bastard! Feng Wuhan was undoubtedly the most furious. He had almost succeeded. Who was it that had ruined his plan? However, while he was enraged, the sea of swords immediately shot towards him after destroying the palm. Retreat! Feng Wuhan's expression changed, and he frantically retreated. However, even though he was fast, the sword clouds were even faster. The sword pierced through the sky. Feng Wuhan was cut into 7 or 8 pieces. His corpse fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Silence. A deathly silence. Whether it was Zuoshao and the others, or the exceptional talents before the finish line, they all looked at the man in the sky. That man stood there quietly, his blue robes fluttering. His expression was extremely cold. It was Lin Ling. He was actually not dead. Countless questions arose in the hearts of the exceptional talents, and they seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Junior brother Lin Ling. On the contrary, Chen Nan was the first to shout. He discovered that Lin Ling had actually charged out of the sword cloud's pursuit. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded coldly. His gaze was on Zuoshao and the others in the distance. Previously, he had been comprehending the last layer of the Ashura sword formation. In the end, his sword domain had been comprehended to the peak, and his ultimate sword Dao had greatly improved. Then he saw this scene. In reality, the swords on the 5th level were indeed extraordinary. They came from all the deceased swordsmen of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and they were their swords. Although these swords were powerful, they still had sword souls. However, they were masterless. If one's sword control reached the point of perfection, then they would be able to control these swords. And the Ashura sword formation was an emperor-level sword Dao that controlled swords. When one cultivated it to the peak, they would naturally be able to control these swords. In fact, Lin Ling was not the first person to control 10,000 swords. On the 6th level, there was also an exceptional talent who relied on this method to pass the 5th level. Qin and Fian, you two go and rest. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling said to Qin Nan and the others. The two of them nodded. Although they were a bit worried, there was nothing they could do to help right now. Lin Ling, be careful. They are all fragmentation exceptional talents. Fian still reminded him. After all, although Lin Ling had taught Zhuo a lesson last time, she also knew that Zhuo had not erupted with his full strength. Otherwise, who would have won and who would have lost might not have been certain. Who among you attacked me? Get out here now. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Zhuo and the others. Within his eyes, flames of anger burned. He also saw that because he had used his sword to clash with the 10,000 swords, this had stimulated the sword will of the sword cloud. That was why the 10,000 swords were all aimed at him, and these exceptional talents could have safely left. But who would have thought that after taking advantage of them, they would not only not be grateful, but instead attack him? Did they think that he, Lin Ling, was a kind person? I attacked, so what? You are Lin Ling, right? Who gave you the courage to speak to an exceptional talent of the water splitter realm? On Zhuo's side, the exceptional talent spoke with cold expressions. Moreover, they looked at the 10,000 swords in the sky and discovered that those swords began to recede like a tide. Moreover, they did not move towards the end, but instead seemed to have disappeared from the 5th level. Therefore, they did not fear Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling did not even count as a fragmentation exceptional talent. Lin Ling, right? Thank you very much for attracting all the swords and allowing us to pass through the 5th level. Before, I was just a bit curious about the sword cloud, so I attacked. What? You can't accept it? As a junior brother, could it be that you do not know that whatever a senior brother wants to do, a junior brother should help? Who taught you in the imperial court? You are so immature. Does the imperial court know? The exceptional talents also spoke one after another, as if the one in the wrong was Lin Ling and not them. It was to the extent where they were telling Lin Ling that Lin Ling could help them pass through the 5th level, so that was Lin Ling's fortune. But when he saw this, Lin Ling did not waste any more words. He first looked at Zhuo. It seems like you do not care about your big brother's words. However, the matter between you and me, we will settle it later. These talkative people should be the ones who attacked before, right? Fine, then you pieces of trash can die. After saying this, he took a step forward. His blue robe fluttered, and he took the initiative to shoot towards one of them. Not even at the peak of the true immortal realm, who gave you the courage? The exceptional talents who attacked exchanged a look. One of them had an irascible temperament, and he immediately attacked. He took a step forward, and with each step, he grew a bit taller. In the end, he became a giant. Divine Guard Bloodline. Chapter 2794. What a terrifying Ashura sword formation. These giants weren't weak at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been qualified to become divine guards. This meant that the exceptional talent who attacked would definitely surpass the true immortal realm in the future. Lin Ling is only at the 7th stage of true immortal realm. Although his reputation isn't weak, can he block an exceptional talent of the darkness-breaking realm? Then, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling. There was a hint of expectation in their eyes. Even Qin Nan and the others were the same. They knew that Lin Ling could defeat many exceptional talents. However, they had never seen him fight against an exceptional talent of the darkness-breaking realm. Most importantly, they saw that Lin Ling didn't seem to make a move against that indomitable giant. He just shot forward. Lin Ling, what was he trying to do? The giant was also stunned. He couldn't understand. Was Lin Ling here to die? However, since things had already reached this point, he immediately erupted with a huge amount of realm essence. It transformed into a palm and ruthlessly slammed towards Lin Ling. This palm was like a mountain that could shatter the heavens. It was terrifying. However, when everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling, they were shocked to find that Lin Ling still hadn't made a move. Could it be that he wanted to meet force with the bloodline of a divine guard? However, just as the giant palm was about to land on Lin Ling, swords appeared. Those swords seemed to have been summoned and shot out from Lin Ling's body. Their speed was extremely fast. It was as if there were sharp boundaries that protected Lin Ling tightly. Lin Ling leaped past them. Those swords cut through all obstacles in his path, including his giant palm. Even when Lin Ling approached the giant, the countless swords also cleared away the obstacles. In a few breaths of time, the giant was cut into pieces. Plop, plop. When pieces of flesh fell to the ground, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This sword formation was too terrifying. Everyone looked at Lin Ling again. They discovered that countless swords were dancing around Lin Ling's body, cutting through everything. The swords were indeed protecting him. Take this. Split the heavens and earth. However, at this moment, the three-headed and six-armed ancient god's hammer appeared above Lin Ling's head. The 6 giant hammers seemed to be able to smash through the myriad of worlds as they smashed down with unparalleled might. Earth core, hammer core, force core. Before the hammer descended, many people cried out in alarm. This was another shattering exceptional talent, and what made him famous was precisely this move. It was rumored that when this hammer descended, the sound waves affected the 1,000 realms. It was terrifying to this degree. You're the third. Lin Ling suddenly raised his head and pointed with his right hand. The swords around Lin Ling gathered together to form a giant sword. As if controlled by Lin Ling, it slashed toward the sky. Rumble! The giant hammer and the giant sword collided, and the momentum was earth-shattering. It was as if 2 giants were battling. Kakaka! Lin Ling sensed that his opponent's hammer was extremely extraordinary. If it was in the past, he would have to explode with all his trump cards to defeat his opponent. But now, he didn't need to. This was because his Omega Sword Dao had improved dramatically, and his sword heart had surpassed the level of 100%. This was also the power of the Ashura sword formation. Break for me! With a shout, the giant sword released a power that could cut through the myriad of worlds and slash toward the sky. Kacha! The giant hammer in the sky immediately shattered, and light sputtered in all directions like shooting stars. The exceptional talent who attacked also appeared in the sky. At this moment, his face was filled with astonishment. Impossible! I have 50% Earth Core, 30% Hammer Core, and 30% Force Core. My primal chaos energy has reached 100%. Lin Ling, your strength has entered the shattering exceptional talent level. This one is willing to admit defeat. Then, that person suddenly thought of something and quickly fled. This was because his giant hammer couldn't shake Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's sword had surpassed the level of 100% sword heart. Every shattering exceptional talent had their own unique techniques that made them famous. Now, Lin Ling also had one. However, he wanted to leave just because he admitted defeat? Lin Ling sneered. He pointed with his right hand, and the terrifying giant sword shot into the sky, cutting that exceptional talent into pieces. This time, the exceptional talents of the 5th level were shocked. It had to be known that the 2 exceptional talents who attacked before were both shattering exceptional talents. However, before they could fight, they were directly killed by Lin Ling's sword. This Lin Ling was only at the 7th level of true divinity. This was just too heaven-defying. How could they know that even if Lin Ling hadn't comprehended the final layer of the Ashura sword formation, he already didn't fear shattering exceptional talents? There are still 2 people left. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze finally fell on Zhuoxiao and Zhuoxiao. Their expressions were grave, extremely grave. His sword formation isn't weak. We must disturb him. Zhuoxiao finally understood why Lin Ling made his big brother feel apprehensive. It was because Lin Ling's strength was truly terrifying. Not only was his realm essence boundless, even his martial arts were so profound. Ooh! After roaring, Zhuo immediately played his flute, and a mysterious melody filled the air. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking forward, but his footsteps were forced to stop. He seemed to have been disturbed. Look at those swords. They're actually not controlled by him. Everyone also noticed this change because the swords that killed the hammer-wielding exceptional talent were still floating in the sky. They didn't move with Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling was controlling the sword formation, and sword formations needed to be activated. However, it was clear that Zhuo's flute had affected Lin Ling's control over the sword formation. A very powerful sword, but so what if he can't control it? Lin Ling, I've seen through your weakness. Of course, the happiest person was Zhuo. He seemed to be telling everyone that the one his big brothers saved last time wasn't him, but Lin Ling. Time-cold secret scissors. When Zhuo's flute affected Lin Ling, another fragmentation exceptional talent also made his move. Moreover, his first move was his strongest technique. He also knew that ordinary techniques were useless against Lin Ling, so he activated the mysterious scissors. When the scissors appeared, a large area of ice and snow bloomed in the sky as if the world was frozen. A giant crystal scissors came from afar at Lin Ling. The sky seemed to have turned into paper and was easily cut open. This pair of scissors was clearly the same as Zhuo's flute. It was extremely extraordinary and was an ultimate immortal treasure. This time, Lin Ling was in danger. This was because everyone could see that Lin Ling's sword formation was no longer under his control. Lin Ling, be careful. Fian immediately cried out, but Lin Ling ignored her in the sky. Instead, he walked towards the giant sword. Many exceptional talents shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was definitely unwilling, so he tried to control the sword formation again. Lin Ling's sword has more than 100% sword heart, but unfortunately he can't use it. Everything is meaningless. If the sword is not unsheathed, what use is it? It's useless. My Gen Mountain Profound Flute specializes in breaking through external objects. As long as it's not your body, everything will be under my control. Lin Ling, feel regret and pain. Wait a bit, I'll let you know my power. Your sword formation will not only belong to me, but I will also control it. At this time, Zhuo roared. His flute was indeed frightening. As long as it was an external object, he could actually control it. It could be considered heaven-defying. I'll kill him first. However, before Zhuo could control Lin Ling's sword formation, the giant ice scissors in the sky had already arrived. Moreover, the scissors were already aiming at Lin Ling. With just a pinch, everything in this world would be cut apart. Chapter 2795. Controlling the Azura Sword. The fifth layer of the Azura Sword formation, 10,000 swords return to the heart. It doesn't mean that I can control more swords or that I'm stronger, but it means that I can control the Azura Sword at this moment. A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. Everyone watched in horror as Lin Ling's arm landed on the giant sword, and he actually lifted it up. One had to know that the sword was 1,000 li long and 100 li wide. It was formed from countless swords, but Lin Ling was actually holding such a sword? From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. A small and thin figure was actually holding a sword that was 1,000 times larger than him. The sword even moved. A horizontal slash. Rumble. There was no complicated martial art, just a horizontal slash. However, the ice scissors were immediately cut in half, completely destroyed. Moreover, the sword didn't stop. It directly cut that exceptional talent who used the ice scissors into pieces. This is the Azura Sword. His footsteps changed. Lin Ling's gaze landed on Zhuo's body. He carried the giant sword and walked forward step by step. At this moment he was like an overlord. Zhuo was still playing the flute, but the more he played, the more panicked he became. This was because the blue-robed youth in front of him wasn't affected at all. In other words, he was already affected and couldn't use the sword formation. But what did it matter? If he couldn't use the sword formation, then he would use his own sword to kill. A Jura sword. In particular, the giant sword on the blue-robed youth's shoulder caused Zhuo Zhao's lips to tremble. He even wanted to ask Lin Ling if it wasn't heavy to carry such a giant sword. As for the sword's power, Zhuo Zhao had seen it for himself. With a sword heart that exceeded 100%, none of the previous exceptional talents could stop that sword. Lin Ling's strength clearly exceeded his imagination. Tell me, did your big brother save you or me? Lin Ling's steps were steady, and his cold voice floated out. Last time, if it wasn't for Zhuo Zhao's big brother stopping them, Lin Ling and Zhuo Zhao would have fought again. At that time, Lin Ling said that Zhuo Zhao's big brother, Zhuo Hai, had saved Zhuo Zhao, but Zhuo Zhao didn't think so. Instead, he felt that his big brother had saved Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling wanted to ask him who his big brother was saving. I'm not fighting anymore. Zhuo Zhao's eyes flickered. He knew that if he met force with force, it would be a strenuous and fruitless task for him. Zhuo Zhao is afraid of Lin Ling? The other exceptional talents in the distance were all shocked. Zhuo Zhao was the zither and flute duo, and his reputation among the fragmentation realm exceptional talents was not weak. However, such a figure was actually afraid of a newcomer, Lin Ling. Not fighting anymore? The giant sword in Lin Ling's hand moved, slashing at Zhuo Zhao. Are you crazy? I have the bloodline of the left minister. Zhuo Zhao's eyes widened. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so decisive, not giving him any face at all. Meanwhile, when that sword slashed over, Zhuo Zhao's face became as pale as paper. He activated his realm essence and grasped his flute, attempting to block that sword. Hong Long Long. His flute was indeed unordinary, actually blocking that sword. However, despite this, Zhuo Zhao was still struggling. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily, Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. If I fight with my life on the line, it is still unknown who will emerge victorious. Hong Long Long. However, what welcomed him was a second sword. Zhuo Zhao's eyes widened rigidly. Lin Ling did not say a single word, directly answering him with powerful strength. Kacha. Under the second sword, cracks appeared on his flute. You have a good big brother. Unfortunately, you have let your big brother down. Lin Ling's third sword hacked down crazily again. This time, Zhuo Zhao was completely terrified. He wanted to flee, but that sword was too big, as if it was the sword of Green Emperor. You promised my big brother that you wouldn't touch me. His voice was mixed with panic, and there was even a hint of begging for mercy. It seems that Zhuo Zhao's big brother, Zhuo Hai, did save him last time. Hearing that sentence, the people finally reacted. The irony was that Zhuo Zhao did not understand his big brother's painstaking efforts, and instead came to provoke Lin Ling again. Now that his big brother was not here, who could save him? As a martial artist, you have repeatedly asked your big brother for help. You don't have to cultivate on the path of martial arts. However, this time, Lin Ling clearly did not plan to let Zhuo Zhao go. If he held back, how could he face Chen Nan and the others? Therefore, this sword showed its sharpness, the giant sword that broke the world. The left Prime Minister's residence will not let you go. As the sword approached, Zhuo Zhao knew that he could not escape death. He gritted his teeth and made a blood oath. A ray of light shot into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Obviously, he had told the left Prime Minister's residence everything that had happened before he died. Unfortunately, he could not block that sword. Under that sword, Zhuo Zhao was cut into nothingness. Lin Ling stood in the sky, holding the giant sword, and said indifferently, I'll wait for them. He's dead. Zhuo Zhao could have entered the next level, but in the end he interfered with Lin Ling and ended up with his soul scattered. Perhaps this is what they mean by, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Everyone inwardly shook their heads, moreover looking at Lin Ling with serious expressions. They finally knew that Lin Ling's strength was extremely great among exceptional talents. They had underestimated Lin Ling. Of course, they still found it hard to believe. After all, Lin Ling was the strongest first generation not long ago, But now he had entered the ranks of the first generation. Chen Nan, let's go. At this time, Lin Ling waved at Chen Nan and Chen Nan on the ground. The two of them were still in shock, especially Fian. Her eyes were filled with worship. She thought to herself, perhaps that sword is Lin Ling's final trump card. However, it is indeed powerful. Lin Ling's strength had always been a mystery. Now it had finally surfaced. Meanwhile, Lin Ling brought Chen Nan and Chen Nan forward. He was actually a bit happy. This fourth level allowed him to benefit greatly. His strength had greatly increased. Wherever they passed, the surrounding exceptional talents were all silent. Right now, they no longer dared to carelessly provoke Lin Ling. If you want to enter the fourth level, each person has to hand over 100 Emperor crystals. Right when everyone wanted to enter the next level, Lin Ling's voice suddenly drifted over. This time, the pupils of all the exceptional talents narrowed. They had to pay to enter the next level? Moreover, 100 Emperor crystals, this was a bit too expensive, right? One had to understand that Emperor crystals were the essence of divine crystals. A single piece of Emperor crystal was priceless. This fourth level was opened by me, and I, Lin Ling, have never done anything that would cause me to lose out. That is why you have two choices. 1. Leave this place. 2. Pay up. Lin Ling said indifferently. Earlier he was surrounded by the sword cloud, and none of these exceptional talents helped him. That was why he didn't give them any face. 100 Emperor crystals? Lin Ling, aren't you robbing us? After a moment of silence, an exceptional talent who wasn't young frowned and said at this moment. Even though Lin Ling's strength made him feel restraining fear, Lin Ling's appetite was a bit too big, right? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Am I not robbing you right now? Rumble. Chapter 2796. The Fifth Layer. Wait. That exceptional talent's eyes landed on that enormous sword, and he immediately waved his hand. That sword's power was something he had witnessed before. It could be said to be a sword that could cut vegetables and melons, and he had confidence that he couldn't block that sword. But 100 Emperor crystals is too much. We can't take it out. The other exceptional talents also smiled bitterly. Lin Ling immediately smiled and said, if you don't have money, you can leave the fourth layer. No one will stop you. If you want to continue, then I'm sorry. This smile looked a bit amiable, but in everyone's eyes, it was like the smile of a demon. At this moment, they were filled with regret. They shouldn't have joined in on the fun and should have entered the next layer earlier. I don't have much time, so if you all are still hesitating, then I'll make the decision for you all. Lin Ling said again, making those exceptional talents' expressions change greatly. Without another word, they immediately handed over their Emperor crystals. Of course, during this process, their hearts felt as if they were dripping blood. Thank you. Lin Ling's smile became even wider. With a wave of his hand, he brought Chen Nan and the others into the next layer. For him, this Copper Sparrow Terrace was not a bad place, allowing him to gain quite a bit. He hoped that the next layer would also have good gains. Meanwhile, when they saw Lin Ling leave in a carefree manner, those exceptional talents all began to gnash their teeth in anger. On the fifth layer, after passing through the dusky corridor, an enormous world of wind appeared before everyone's eyes. The roiling astral winds seemed to surround the universe, making the exceptional talents' expressions become a bit more serious. Lin Ling, this fifth layer, I won't leave. Chen Nan and Fian thought for a bit, and then immediately said. They sensed that those winds had existed for countless years, perhaps even since the beginning of the universe. They couldn't stop those winds. Of course, the other exceptional talents were like this as well. This Copper Sparrow Terrace was indeed becoming more and more difficult. Unless one has strength several times greater than normal, who can walk out of this layer? It seems like we have to give up, Sai. As exceptional talents, and even shattering exceptional talents, how can we give up so easily? The exceptional talents all had their own thoughts. A few exceptional talents who were confident in themselves took a step forward, entering the fifth layer. Rumble. However, there was no shortcut to the fifth level at all. Unless one could block the onslaught of the strong winds, one would die without a doubt. Those confident exceptional talents, as soon as they entered, immediately released cries of alarm. Their true deity martial souls were actually stirred up by the wind. Their entire bodies also began to distort endlessly. In the end, they were crushed to death. This time, the exceptional talents outside the Great Gate were stupefied. The fifth level was too terrifying. Looks like there are no more than 20 people who can enter this level. An exceptional talent said with a serious expression. Subconsciously, they also looked towards Lin Ling. Right now, among the exceptional talents who came out of the fourth layer, only Lin Ling was the strongest. That was why they wanted to see if Lin Ling dared to leave. Seeing how arrogant he was before, I'm afraid he won't dare to leave now. I think so as well. He can only be like us, only able to watch from outside as even more powerful exceptional talents seize the Green Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. Now you know how to keep a low profile. These exceptional talents whispered to each other. Even though they didn't dare say this in front of Lin Ling, the smiles on their faces were full of complacency. Chen Nan and the others also saw these smiles. They immediately released a cold snort, moreover looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't even give the other exceptional talents a look, instead saying to Chen Nan and the others, "Since you all have given up, then just wait outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace. I'm going in first." When these words fell, Chen Nan and the others' pupils narrowed. The other exceptional talents were also like this. However, Lin Ling already walked in with large steps, moreover not showing the slightest bit of hesitation. This fella is definitely courting death. Many exceptional talents secretly began to look forward to this. They clenched their fists, wishing to see Lin Ling be crushed to death. Unfortunately, they were about to be disappointed. It was because Lin Ling discovered that the mysterious strong winds of the fifth level were actually exactly the same as the wind and clouds of Cloud Holy Land, to the extent where they came from the same place. Back then, when he walked through Cloud Holy Land, Lin Ling had suffered quite a bit, so now, this fifth level was instead extremely simple for him. It was to the extent where he was a bit expectant, hoping that the following levels would all be the same as Cloud Holy Land. As he stepped in, the roiling strong winds rushed over, wrapping around Lin Ling, wanting to crush Lin Ling to pieces. The strength of these strong winds could be said to be without any blind spots. Meanwhile, everyone also saw that Lin Ling's figure couldn't block the strong winds at all, actually moving along with them. Lin Ling, you've suffered a bit. Call for help, we're waiting for you to call for help. Moreover, we want to see who can save you. Voices of schadenfreude also sounded one after another. Lin Ling wasn't in front of them, so these exceptional talents clearly became unrestrained. However, before they finished speaking, within the roiling strong winds, an indistinct voice transmitted over. It seems like you all are very displeased with me. Then fine, I'll remember you all. As the voice drifted out, the pupils of those exceptional talents who were rejoicing in Lin Ling's misfortune all narrowed. This was because within the strong winds, they saw Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was blown around by the strong winds, it was very clear that Lin Ling was indeed fine. Moreover, Lin Ling looked like he was being stirred up by the strong winds, but they felt that Lin Ling was borrowing the wind to move forward. This was moving with the wind. This is impossible. This is his first time here. Those exceptional talents spat out this sentence in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this wasn't the first time Lin Ling came here. Last time, when he faced these winds and clouds, he was moving with the wind, comprehending the rhythm of the wind from there. You all, I'll remember you. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again, causing those exceptional talents' faces to turn pale. There were even some who fiercely slapped themselves, cursing their mouths for being so cheap. In reality, they were also 100% sure, which was why they dared to mock Lin Ling before. However, the reality exceeded their imaginations. Right now, they were filled with regret. With Zuoxiao as an example, Lin Ling was extremely vicious and merciless towards all of his enemies. They mocked Lin Ling, so even if they didn't die, they would definitely be ruthlessly extorted by Lin Ling. But when he thought of this, another exceptional talent fiercely slapped himself, moreover angrily cursing himself. Kwang Kai-jun, I already told you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. How could I forget this? Looking at his appearance, he was clearly incomparably vexed and regretful. This made Chen Nan and the others all laugh. Their eyes moved about, yet they discovered that Lin Ling was walking further and further ahead. He might be able to leave the 5th floor. Let's watch him from here. Chen Nan and the others immediately became excited. Meanwhile, there weren't many people on the 5th floor, only 11, and they were also the 11 most powerful exceptional talents. They didn't have Lin Ling's calmness, all of them relying on their powerful strength to forcefully resist the strong winds, moving against the wind. Chen Mo, Tian Wuzi, 3 Mark's Heavenly Monarch, and the others are also here. Among the exceptional talents outside, they discovered a few familiar faces. These people represented the various giants, the most powerful exceptional talents, as well as the top 10 exceptional talents. Chapter 2797. Tianwu Prince. However, the 81st Prince is not here. Could it be that he went to the next level? However, there were also people who exclaimed. The 81st Prince was the most mysterious existence among the first generation. Moreover, he was also one of the Azure Emperor's descendants. Rumor has it that he was only 20 years old this year, but his strength was already unfathomable. There were even rumors that he was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province. However, outside of a few individuals, the rest of the 9 heavens were all mysterious characters, so no one could be sure. However, if the 81st Prince was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province, then this was absolutely shocking news. This was because a 20-year-old was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province. This was an earth-shattering genius in the 9 provinces. After all of the first generation had cultivated for 2,000 years. Tantai Bingdai is also not here. Chen Nan's eyes swept through the entire 5th level, but he couldn't find Tantai Bingdai. The 5th level clearly had a better view than the 4th level, and the area was also much smaller. Of course, without the mysterious astral winds, this level was actually very easy to traverse. Senior sister Tantai Bingdai is the first-generation representative of the imperial court. Could it be that she is also hiding some powerful methods? Fian curiously asked. Even though they knew each other, it didn't mean that they were familiar with each other's methods and origins. Not to mention anything else, just Lin Ling was an example. Even though Lin Ling was also in first generation, his strength was beyond everyone's imagination. This is great. If Tantai Bingdai can reach the end, then our imperial court will win. Chen Nan couldn't help but become excited. If the imperial court won, then not only would their reputation rise, but they would also obtain great rewards. That's right. Fian also became excited. In your dreams, Tantai Bingdai is not here. Maybe she is already dead, so this Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal can only be taken by our Blue Flame Army. Your Blue Flame Army is too naive. It should have been taken by our Imperial Dragon Court. Speaking of the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, the first generation outside the door didn't give in because they heard that if a giant obtained the seal, then they would be able to obtain a part of the Emperor's will. No one wanted to miss this mysterious power. Wait and see. Chen Nan didn't compete with them and replied indifferently. Everyone's eyes quickly landed on the 5th floor. Right now, the experts of the 5th floor were still advancing, as if they also sensed the exceptional talents outside the Great Gate. Who killed Swixiao from the left minister's residence? At this time, a roar unexpectedly passed through the astral winds, landing in the ears of the exceptional talents outside the Great Gate. Tian Wuzi. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they stared at a bald young man. This young man was also dressed like a scholar, but because he was bald, he was somewhat dazzling, but also seemed wise and mighty. Most importantly, this Tian Wuzi was ranked 4th among all of the exceptional talents. It was rumored that this exceptional talent had even defeated the great Qing Divine Dynasty's divine guards. He was extremely powerful. One had to know, divine guards were existences that surpassed the true God realm. They were existences that the true God realm could only look up to. Lin Ling, who is it? Tian Wuzi stopped and looked at the door coldly. He obviously knew who killed Lin Ling. Before Zhuo Xiao died, he used a secret technique to inform the left minister's residence. Although Tian Wuzi wasn't of the Zhuo clan's bloodline, he was still a member of the left minister's residence. He had the responsibility to protect this noble bloodline. Lin Ling. Hearing this, the faces of the exceptional talents on the 5th floor changed. Several of them recognized Lin Ling. They were none other than Xian Linglong and Meng Lu. This guy really wants to see the world plunged into chaos. Meng Lu's cultivation didn't seem high, but he was able to reach the 5th floor. From this, it could be seen that he was hiding a powerful trump card. As for Xian Linglong, she was the daughter of the Black Warrior house. The Black Warrior was a divine beast with powerful defense, thus she wasn't eliminated. However, at this moment, they were worried about Lin Ling. Because when they were heading to the 5th floor, they had fought with Tian Wuzi. In the end, the two of them had to work together to stop Tian Wuzi, thus they knew how terrifying this guy was. Lin Ling is from the imperial court, Xian Linglong. Who do you think he is? Tian Wuzi bellowed, veins popping out on his bald head. Why should I say? Although Xian Linglong was wary of Tian Wuzi, she had her own pride and dignity, thus she did not answer. You and he are both from the imperial court, you must know. I insist that you say it. Tian Wuzi's voice deepened. Like a giant, he walked toward Xian Linglong and Meng Lu. Although his pace wasn't fast, his resistance to the 5th floor's astral wind was extremely strong. And the reason was that he had a grade 2 divine physique, the floating Buddha Brilliance Pagoda. This was a talent that could stabilize the wind. Not to mention a mere astral wind, even the 7 emotions and 6 desires couldn't shake him. Tian Wuzi, you're only relying on your longer cultivation time. Otherwise, do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing this, Meng Lu also hurried toward Xian Linglong. In truth, although he was currently weaker than Tian Wuzi, he was confident that given enough time, he would surpass Tian Wuzi sooner or later. Because he was from the 9 prefectures, 10 vicious. I believe you, but that's in the future. Tian Wuzi's pace was steady. When he walked toward Xian Linglong and Meng Lu, his eyes were also looking at the door. Because Lin Ling had just arrived from the 4th floor, he must be hiding among the exceptional talents outside the door. It was just that he didn't know who he was. Tian Wuzi, don't be reckless. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, as if it wanted to persuade Tian Wuzi. Zhuo Xiao is your brother. Now that he's dead, you're actually helping an outsider. Tian Wuzi immediately stopped. A Buddha image appeared on his forehead, making him look like a Vajra, like a Buddha. He turned around and walked towards Zhuo. Zhuo was resisting the astral wind and used his zither. Now that Tian Wuzi was leaving, he immediately frowned. In fact, he was also surprised that Lin Ling killed Zhuo Xiao. However, he was sure that his brother was the one who provoked Lin Ling because he could see that Lin Ling was not someone who would go back on his words. Since he promised not to touch Zhuo Xiao, he would definitely not touch him. Of course, his brother's death made him very angry, but he knew that it was his brother who broke the promise first, so he could only helplessly do nothing. The most important thing was that he felt that provoking Lin Ling would result in a terrible outcome. I'm not helping an outsider, I'm helping reason. Zhuo said again. However, at this time, a golden palm passed through the astral wind and grabbed at him. Wherever it passed, the surging astral wind was shattered. This Tian Wuzi's strength was so terrifying. Tian Wuzi, are you crazy? Seeing Tian Wuzi attacking him, Zhuo was shocked. His hands immediately moved and played the zither music of the 5 mountains and rivers. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Surging mountains and rivers appeared in the 5th floor, along with divine weapons from 10,000 worlds. Chapter 2798. You want to kill me? So powerful. Both of their talents aren't weak. Zhuhai's zither should be the mountain sea zither, forged by a senior from Scarlet Province. The exceptional talents outside the gate all said with serious expressions. They finally witnessed the strength of the most powerful exceptional talents. These exceptional talents, placed below 5 Ring City, were all godlike existences. Hong Long Long. However, that Tian Wuzi's strength was clearly stronger. With a grab of his large hand, he actually crushed mountains and rivers. Thousands of soldiers and horses were all grasped within his palm. The enormous palm was like the palm of a Buddha. His 5 fingers suppressed heaven and earth. The endless army could only run within his palm, unable to escape from his 5-finger mountain. That Buddha palm suddenly clenched, and all of the soldiers and horses were turned into ashes. Ultimate martial path, Buddha domain, and one with a complete Buddha heart. At this moment, Zhuhai's face immediately paled. However, before he could say anything, a palm grabbed him, and with a sudden clench, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As the descendant of Lord Left Minister, you shouldn't help an outsider, and even more so shouldn't help reason. Lord Left Minister is the heavenly law. Today I won't kill you, but you should take care of yourself. That Tian Wuzi was extremely domineering. With a wave of his hand, Zhuhai shot towards the gate like a shooting star. Along the way, he was twisted into a bloody mess by the mysterious astral winds. If it wasn't for the fact that Tian Wuzi didn't want to kill him, Zhuhai might have been twisted to death by the astral winds. When Zhuhai smashed into the gate, all of the exceptional talents' minds were shaken. It was because Zhuhai was able to reach the 5th layer, so his strength was unquestionable. He was even stronger than his younger brothers Wushao, yet he couldn't stop Tian Wuzi's attack. This Tian Wuzi was too terrifying. Tian Wuzi has cultivated for 3,000 years, one of the longest among the exceptional talents. It is rumored that in the last 1,000 years, he comprehended the Buddha heart under the screen of true Buddha, and in the end, he cultivated the Vajra divine palm. Indeed, in terms of age, he is above us. However, this person's temperament is like Vajra, too tough. Those exceptional talents spoke one after another, feeling great reverence towards Tian Wuzi. Meanwhile, Meng Lu and Xian Linglong's expressions changed greatly. If Tian Wuzi took action against them, Tian Wuzi definitely wouldn't show mercy. I am indebted to the Lord Left Minister. His bloodline cannot die in vain. Tian Wuzi once again walked towards Xian Linglong and the others. His imposing manner made Meng Lu and the others narrow their eyes. They knew that a battle to the death was inevitable. Moreover, although they had fought with Tian Wuzi before, Tian Wuzi didn't want to waste time. His main target was the 81st Prince, so it was only a warm-up. If they really fought to the death, they might not be Tian Wuzi's match even if they worked together. What an unlucky fellow! The other 2 most powerful exceptional talents on the 5th floor sneered. They were respectively Chinemo and a 3-mark Heavenly Monarch. They didn't care about this matter at all. In their eyes, all of the exceptional talents were ants. Only the 81st Prince and Tian Wuzi were the true exceptional talents. Wait, I know who Lin Ling is. But at this time, a clear voice suddenly rang out, causing Tian Wuzi to stop in his tracks. He looked around and discovered that the one who had spoken was a delicate girl. This girl also came to the 5th floor not long ago. However, she was very weak and didn't have any chance of passing through the 5th floor, so no one paid attention to her. Many exceptional talents even knew that this girl might die under the mysterious astral winds. And she was Tian Luden. Tian Luden. Outside the door, Chen Nan and the others immediately cursed. Tian Luochen, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's help, she would have died on the 1st floor. But now, she actually betrayed Lin Ling? Speak! Tian Wuzi let out a cold snort. I can use my boundary essence to draw his appearance, but if I tell you, you have to agree to 2 conditions. At this moment, Tian Luochen's face was extremely pale. She was risking her life to resist the astral winds. She already knew that these astral winds weren't something she could withstand. In another incense stick of time, she would die. That was why she made these conditions. Speak. I, Tian Wuzi, am a man of my word. Although Tian Wuzi was angry because he had comprehended a Buddhist heart, he wasn't someone who would go back on his word. The first condition is to release Xian Ling Long and the others. The second condition is to take me away from here. Tian Luochen immediately said, "All right, I promise you." Tian Wuzi immediately nodded. Meanwhile, Tian Luochen immediately used the remaining realm essence to draw Lin Ling's appearance. She was also a powerful exceptional talent, so her control over realm essence had reached perfection. That was why the drawing was so vivid and lifelike. Buddha's eye. Tian Wuzi stared at the portrait and let out a low roar. The golden Buddha image on his forehead suddenly opened its eyes. A terrifying thing happened. His Buddha's eye seemed to be able to see through 10,000 worlds. It actually passed through the astral winds of the 5th floor and swept through Qing province, searching for Lin Ling in the boundless world. What terrifying methods! Not being suppressed by the universe's primal chaos, this is a true expert. Seeing this, the expressions of the exceptional talents outside the door changed greatly. But soon after, their pupils constricted because Lin Ling was currently on the 5th floor. With Tian Wuzi's methods, he wouldn't be able to easily find Lin Ling. This was indeed the case. "I found you, Shameless Junior." Tian Wuzi seemed to have discovered something. He punched out and actually caused the astral winds to flow backwards, rolling towards a corner. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening on the 5th floor. Although the area here wasn't large, there were a lot of astral winds, so he had been moving with the wind. However, at this moment, a sense of danger surged into his heart, causing his expression to change slightly. For the first time, he broke free from the astral wind's control and shot towards the other side with the 7 realms speed. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he moved, the Buddha's fist arrived and smashed the astral winds into pieces. Tian Wuzi's strength was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling also appeared and frowned as he looked at Tian Wuzi. At the same time, Xian Linglong, Meng Lu, and the others also looked at Lin Ling because they didn't know that Lin Ling had reached the 5th floor. "Junior brother Lin Ling, I'm sorry." Tian Luochen was the same, but she immediately apologized because if she didn't ask for Tian Wuzi's help, she would have died. "What's going on?" Lin Ling's body moved with the wind, but his voice was cold. No one would be in a good mood if they were suddenly attacked. "Lin Ling, Tian Wuzi knows that you killed Zuoshao. He's the 4th strongest among the 1st generation, so he wants to kill you. He also wanted to attack us before, but that woman stopped him." Meng Lu hurriedly explained what had happened before, allowing Lin Ling to understand. However, he also looked at Tian Luochen. He didn't expect her to betray him. One had to know that apart from the 1st floor, Tian Luochen couldn't have reached the 4th floor without Lin Ling's help. This woman seemed to have a strong will, but she was clearly a heartless person. "Lin Ling, don't blame me. I said that I can't give up halfway. I can only go further and further." Tian Luochen knew that his plot had been exposed, so his expression became cold. "I don't blame you. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.